Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing your next show pig shoot. Call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. Right behind him, it's Biozyme from biozymeinc.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
At Weatherford High School. She shows Simmental cattle involved in FFA, and she's here to bring us our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you. Holland, thank you so much. Well, good morning. Over here in ring number 1, we'll have your cattle on show side number 1, your Crossbred Market Steers. Crossbred Market Steers, good to have Bob and Brock May back with us with May Cattle Company, sorting through our crossbreeds today. We have several classes, and we'll get started here real quickly with Class 1, Crossbred Market Steer.
And welcome again to
Class 1.
All right, Corey, we're live, and the crossbreds are in. And you said the feed is good now? Yeah.
Thought for a minute I forgot my glasses.
That would have been bad.
You were going to be doing a lot of reading today.
Yeah, that would have been very bad. For those of our listeners, if Thompson doesn't have his glasses, he has to take his phone, use his camera, and scroll in
Yeah,
to read.
makes it
And
much tougher.
The trouble is that his phone constantly goes off. So about midway through the day, his phone's usually dead, so then he's really hooked.
Hey, could I get one of them Kleenexes there?
Yep.
Gotta
Give me Kleenex.
wash my glasses.
Tissue. Okay, first class. Jarrett Wyche from Stonewall FFA. Briley Wood from Lindsay FFA. Tinsley Himmerling from McAllister FFA. Coven Lewis from Comanche 4-H. Sarah Houston from Cache FFA. Regan Adams from Durant 4-H. Caitlin Ramsey from Comanche FFA. Harper Atterbury from Tishomingo 4-H. Kennedy Arthur from Ripley 4-H. Ian Greer from Central PS FFA. Cashlyn Smith from Newkirk 4-H. Matthew Edwards from Yukon FFA. Abby Etheridge from Manafort FFA. And Briley Clark from Cache FFA. Cattle range from 1,000 pounds up to 1,150, and a big class to start us off today. $14 in the first round.
Boy, Brock and Bob were sure very positive on the day they had yesterday.
Yes, very positive about the breed steers. And looking forward to today, it seemed like.
Mm-hmm.
They seem pretty well rested.
Yeah, I bet they slept
Considering it
well.
was
I bet they slept
later
well
evening.
last night. Yeah. What are we ranging weight here? 1,000?
1,000 to 1,150.
Yep.
Already started this morning. For those in the peanut gallery asking if we got Chick-fil-A, no, we did not get Chick-fil-A for breakfast, but I bet there's a good chance we get Chick-fil-A heading out
Once
of
I get
Oklahoma
the
City.
bumper stickers made, we will. Think Chick-fil-A. Think Cribs.
Hey, at least you're getting my name right. It took a little hooked on phonics to get you there, but we're getting closer.
It's so close to the same word.
Yeah, I think it's just the Thompson twang that gets you.
Yeah, it must be. Or the Cribs ears. Listening.
Cribs ears. Oh, shoot.
Got a lot of photographers in the ring this morning.
It does seem like, but, I mean, I guess this is probably the big day because this is the end of the market shows.
Yep.
Is this the end of the show in general, or they still got some stuff going on tomorrow?
No, this is it.
This is it. So all showmanship, everything will be done today.
This will be the last day in this building. To my knowledge, there will ever be an event in this building.
Yeah, that's what they just said on the deal. Good job listening on that.
Oh, they did?
Yep.
Well, I didn't even hear it.
Yeah.
I knew that.
I talked to Chance over there for a few minutes. So this is the first year they had associates for sheep and the goat side. Chance's associate is having to do the goat showmanship.
Oh.
And he was very happy about the fact he didn't have to.
Sort the showmanship.
Not that he wouldn't, just,
Yeah.
they got to tag team it and that kind of let him take a rest.
Yeah. Yeah, I did not think they had associates in years past on that side of it.
Well, and I don't know. I mean, did Bob ask him to let Brock judge with him? I mean, because like in the past on the steer side, there really
have
hasn't
any. But I tell you what, when Paul Clapp did it,
Yeah.
Bob was his associate.
Oh, really?
Yep. Yep, Bob was his associate.
So they start to turn the corner. Nice set of steers for the lightweights. Cattle look good.
219. Pretty nice black and white steer there.
Yeah, actually, I think she showed that calf at Junior Nationals, and he was just a peanut. He was like top 5 key steer or something like that, I think. Nice calf. Those two smokes look good. I think they didn't really tell us, but what is it? 6 o'clock tonight is when the Supreme Drive comes for everything. 5 o'clock, she's telling me. The awards start at 5.
They just went ahead and threw him in motion.
Whoa. How about Brock right there like Bob's bodyguard? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Grabbed him by the chest, kind of like he's the president. Just pulled him right there out of the way.
Yeah, they just walked him at least one more time.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big class of steers.
Well,
here.
there's 14 in here,
Yeah.
so it probably makes sense to give them a couple passes.
You know, I was talking to Richie Oakes down there, and he said, in his opinion, that class of Simmentals, oh, watch out. That class of Simmentals is the toughest class he has seen at OYE in all his years around it.
Well, and as we were quickly reminded yesterday, wait till the Crossbreds come.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would say that there's probably going to be a couple classes that have the
Equally
same kind
is,
of
yeah.
intensity.
Yep.
But I will tell you, watching steer shows, the ones I've seen or been around, and I mean, obviously I don't go to a pile of steer shows. That was as deep of a class.
Yeah.
Depth-wise, aside
Yeah,
from
just-
quality, if you just say depth.
That's what Brock said.
that calf.
The calf that was probably last in that class, they loaded him thinking they had a really good chance of making the sale.
Mhm.
I mean, that whole class was
Yeah,
very,
100%.
very good. What do you like in here? The two Smokies on the front, the black and white steer.
Yeah, I think those first 3 or 4, and there's a couple down here on our end.
Bobby got in behind this kind of orange one, third to last there.
Yeah. Probably could be just a little better in his loin edge, look like. Nice calf, though. Very highly presented.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, both them gold ones down
Yeah.
there at the end and that
And that
smoke,
silver one, yeah.
all 3 of them cattle look nice. there's a fine balance in terms of, freshness and shape relative to maturity and having enough just sheer husk. I think we'll notice that as we get further into the crosses. What's that?
That orange steer there, third to last. Boy, he is a heavy-built son of a gun.
Mm-hmm. But honestly, all these cattle.
Yeah.
Let's see, what they say? They say they take 25 crossbreds for the sale. Does that sound right?
Is that what they do?
I think it's right. I think 25 was what they said. Looks like they made some moves here, Thompson. Black and white steer went to
Black
the lead.
and white going to the front.
Probably the most complete one of that group, honestly.
Not as tricked out as some others, but I guess I didn't notice that girl in the blue. What
Calf's
that
pretty
one
nice.
moved like.
That was one of the first calves up there. He's always been kind of up there towards the lead.
The only thing they've decided for sure is that the paint is going to go first, I guess.
Did you ever ask Katie if she'd have a tank, or do I need to try to get my wife to?
You're going to walk these 5. Boy, that's a husky back calf right there.
Which one? Sorry.
That girl in the blue there.
Mm-hmm. That gold calf. Yeah.
I think he moves pretty good too, really.
Yeah, he does. Oh, here we go.
Day off here this morning. Looking forward to a really good crossbred drive. If it's anything like last year, the excitement's only going to build as the day goes on. And with that being said, what's so unique about this class of steers, first and foremost, what I'd say about this class of steers is that if you were listening yesterday or still here in the game last night when we did the Simmentals, Brock and I profess that was maybe the best class of steers that we've ever seen in the ring at one time, in terms of just from the first steer to the last and to get them out of division. And truthfully, you just don't start a division, or at least in my opinion, you just don't start a division with this many good cattle in the lightweights. I mean, let's just be real frank and honest about it. A lot of times, some of them younger cattle, maybe they're not even younger. Maybe they just aren't as good in their performance. This class is uniquely as good as that class of Simmentals. And they just kept coming. I was like, holy moly, there's a good one there. Yeah, what about that one? Well, what about that one right there? This class is specifically as good as the other class. Go talk at them. With that being said, the black baldy that wins this class, the kind of panda-colored steer, if you will, for lack of a better description, he is uniquely good. He's so good through his center body for a 1,000-pounder. I guess I don't remember exactly what he weighed, maybe in the mid-10s. Just so good in his underline, so dense, so soft-bodied, still nice and extended up through his front. And then when you asked him to go in motion with the density that he possesses, he's got a good foot under him, he's got good reach, he's got good flex off either ends of his structure. Just a really good calf to start this class. And to say that he handles this class quite handily, I'm not going to go that far. That's how good this class was, but he is a good beast to be sure. This silver-colored steer that goes second, I like this calf a great deal. He's just a tick spooky when something gets in front of him. Standing still and moving when he's relaxed. I love this calf right here. He's maybe not quite as profound through the center part of his body, but to even question that it's not really good, he just gets beat by one that's so good in that area. He's good in his chest floor. He's fresh up through his front 1/3. He's good-headed. He handles really good when you get your hands on him. A lot of product coming out of the back of his shoulder, back out into his hip. Nice flex to that back leg. Like I said, every once in a while when something would spook him from the front, he'd roll over on those ankles. And I don't think, maybe I shouldn't have even mentioned that because 99% of them will do that. But when he goes in a relaxed manner, that rascal can really get around good too. This is kind of the outlier in the class, this third place steer. Little bigger kind of a steer. I only say that because he is, not because I'm critical of that, because I actually like size in cattle. This calf is dense muscled to be sure. We see this calf as being a little more upright on his front too. We'd like to give a little more true angle to that shoulder from the top of his shoulder to the ground. That knee sits just a little forward, but that's being critical of a dang good beast right there. His neck comes out good out of the top of his shoulder. He's good-headed, profoundly stout on the top 1/3 of his skeletal. A lot of product behind his shoulder, wide loin, wide hooks to pins. Goes real good off his back too. If we could change him, we would change the angle to those front two just ever so slightly. We switched this pair at the end. Brock and I talked, and you can do either. Well, you can do either anything you want on the whole class for that matter. But I love the profile of this calf here. If you don't evaluate these things from front and rear as they go, you probably would put this calf in third. He's a little off on that left hind leg. He bows that hock. He's got a little bit of a maybe deformity from his dew claw to the ground. He turns in on that back left pretty profoundly, but he goes like a trooper. When he goes in motion, look at the way that pastern sits on that front end. That knee sits back in him, fresh fronted, a lot of product in the top 1/3 of that calf, got good angles. I'd like to change that left hind leg. This calf that we considered, we switched, that we had in fourth, this calf is big muscle to be sure. A lot of product, a lot of hip in this calf. He's bloated today. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from the calf genetically. Good calf. He's got so much fill in him right now that he's a little bit rougher shouldered than those that go out above him. And of course, the fact that he is so full, that even pronounces that more. It makes him look like he cuts behind his shoulder. How could you not love that hip and that stoutness? He's real wide through the center portion of his quarter. He's got width off both ends of his skeletal. He's a wide-skulled cattle. This is truly as good a class as that class of Simmentals we were so high on yesterday. Congratulations for starting a Crossbred show out like this.
Really nice class. Really nice class on the start. Kennedy Arthur in first. She's from Ripley 4-H. That calf weighed 11:10. Second place was Sarah Hudson from Cachet FFA. And that calf weighed 1059. Bobby made the statement about that class being as deep in terms of quality all the way through as that Simmental class was that Thompson and I were talking about a little earlier. Corey went down to find us some coffee, and so second class of lightweights are headed in here. Kettle range from 1153 to 1180. And we're about to get going, looks like.
He's really fresh. He's good body. He's got a little extra body and shape about him in that particular regard. The sheep in second, if you stand behind him, you'll love his explosiveness of hip, stifle, twist. That sheep's really massive from behind. He's up fronted. He's long bodied. He's lean. He's a sheep that just needs to move it, go better out of his hock. He's a sheep that doesn't have the forerib. He doesn't have the forearm, or he doesn't have the loin edge of the sheep that we lead with. But he's got some extra pieces in terms of front end elevation and shakiness from behind. Sheep in third, there's no question.
All right, here we go. Callie Mack from Drummond 4-H coming in. Her calf weighs 1153. Milan Nelson from Wapanka FFA. Calf weighs 1155. McCrae Whitman from Clawmet FFA weighs 1158. Riley Fuss from Twin Mounds 4-H. Calf weighs 1160. David Workman from Stonewall 4-H. Calf weighs 1160. Mary Brown from Cachet FFA. Calf weighs 1164. Catch Coates from Tushka FFA weighs 1175. Wyatt Elder, Fairview FFA, weighing 1178. Ansley Masindu from Payne County Livestock weighing 1179. And Gavin Hall from Colcord FFA, calf weighs 1180.
Congratulations to our young people as we get our crossbred show started.
10 head, second class lights.
Market Steers Class 1. Congratulations to your class winner, Kennedy Arthur from the Ripley 4-H, followed by Sarah Hudson from Cash. Third, Harper Atterbury from Tishomingo. Fourth, Briley Wood from Lindsay. Your fifth place, Caitlin Ramsey from Comanche. Sixth, Coven Lewis from Comanche 4-H. Seventh place, Ian Greer from Central PSFFA. Eighth, Riggin Adams from Durant. Your ninth place, Tinsley Himmerling from McAllister. 10th, Cashlyn Smith from Newkirk. 11th, Matthew Edwards from the Yukon FFA. 12th, Abby Etheridge from Manford. 13th, Briley Clark from Cash. 14th, Jarrett Watch from Stonewall. We now have Class 2 Crossbred Market Steers in the show ring. Class 2.
Over on the sheep side of the arena,
All right. Thompson and I took a coffee break. We're back and rolling. This class is really nice. I was telling her that it's hard to kind of talk to yourself, so I had to wait for you to get back.
It really is.
There's not much you could say.
People get concerned.
Yeah. What do you like out there?
Well, again, we got another black and white steer. I did hear on the way to get coffee, that Class 1 winner was a Here I Am Carneyman.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, now that you say that, I think I did know that from this summer.
Yeah, he was reserve prospect key at Junior Nationals. That's what they said.
That calf of ours was got around him.
Mm-hmm.
That calf was nice though this summer.
Yep.
And it translated.
That was a Jared Arthur sold calf. And
what's that?
That was a Jared Arthur sold.
Oh, I think they raised him.
Well, that family did.
The class winner?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Arthur's girl.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was her. It was a bred and owned too.
Oh, it was bred and owned. Yeah. I did not recognize.
Yeah, that was Jared's kid. So were you down there talking to Jared about his kid's calf,
realizing
that it was?
No. Nope. No, I was talking.
Hey, your calf looks good.
I was talking to somebody else, and they said, "Yeah."
Do you think? What do you think the percentage? Oh.
Keep us going in the crossbred division, and not going to apologize for taking time. We've got a lot of high quality cattle here. We want to make sure we got them right. And as you'll see here at the end, we went ahead and swapped these two at the top. And this is one we were watching the whole class. Obviously, he was down further in the line. But the more you study this one and the more the class goes on, the more true this one is in his structure. When you get him out and go, we love the comfortability of this one. When you set him on the move, he's still got power, he's still got balance. Just a highly functional individual with a lot of quality. And at the end, it was his structure that carried him to the top. We really loved this black and white steer when he walked in. And initially, this was the one we thought we'd use to win the class. When he's standing still, man, there's not much to be desired there. That's a really good calf. He's cool marked. When you set him into motion, I think it's a lot to do with his attitude, and that we're probably making an excuse for the calf sometimes because he will pop his pasterns, and he's doing it quite often. You'll catch moments where he's doing really good, and he's stepping down and then stepping real soft on them pasterns, and then most of the time he's not. He's up on them. He's rigid, and I think it's strictly due to his attitude. But that's the way it is today, and you'll catch him doing it. He's doing it right now a little bit. That's the reason we slid that calf into second. The gold steer that wins just a little more true on his structure as the class went on, and he's still got plenty of quality to go along with it. The gold calf that comes into third is one that gives you a backdrop look from the side. We love his length and extension and the youthfulness he has through his front 1/3. Then he's really good into his top line, back into his hip. Our problem with him was through his lower third. We'd like to balance him up through his forerib and into his flank, and then just see a little more substance to this one in his lower third in general as he goes away from you. Now, that's not to be desired here on this white calf. This is the powerhouse in class. If you got to have a big back and a big butt, well, this is your guy right here. This is one that has a ton of red meat on the top side of his skeleton. Our issue with this one was when you set him into motion. Off of both ends, he's pretty straight up. We would like to just knock him back into his knee a little bit and see him step a little softer on his heel as he goes away from you, and also drop him down into his center bodies. He's just a little bit tubular in his body design. Then we got a really nice gold calf to round off our top 5, and just a good practical, easy feeding type of calf. He's got some condition on him. He's plenty straight on them rear too, and when you set him into motion, I think it just accentuates that issue as he gets pretty short in his stride, and that's the reason we dropped him down into 5th, but a really good calf in a highly competitive class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations over here in ring number 1 in your Crossbred Market Steers. Your second place winner, Ansley McAdoo for Class 2. Congratulations to Ansley McAdoo from Payne County. Second, Briley Fuss from Twins Mound. Third, Wyatt Elder from Fairview. Fourth, Ketch Coates from Tushka. Fifth, Mary Brown from Cache. Sixth, David Wortman from Stonewall. Seventh place, McCrae Whitman from Calumet. Eighth, Callie Mack from Drummond. Ninth, Mylan Nelson from Wapanucka. 10th, Gavin Hall from Colcord FFA. We now have Class 3 of your Crossbred Market Steers making their way in the show ring. Class 3 Crossbred Market Steers.
All right, Thompson, you're up.
We are up. Class 3, last class of Crossbred Steers. Sailor Norvell, Amber Pocasset, 4-H. Maggie Tacker, Hobart FFA. Price Poe from Cherokee FFA. Cashin Besher from Worcester FFA. Mason Eisenhower, Oklahoma County, 4-H. Harley Holman, Garber FFA. Camden Weatherly, K-Pals FFA. Ryan Hicks, Chickasha FFA. Carrington Troyer, Mays County, 4-H. Collins Cooper, Miller, 4-H. Rance Howard, Ringley FFA. And Camden Colby from Laverne FFA. I don't know if are we one short here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. We got 10 head in the class, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're supposed to have 12. I don't think
we're one short out there. Or
well,
what?
I think we're 2. I don't think I was talking to Tyler Norvell out there, and I think he said Sailor had shown 2 barrels yesterday, and then she showed what breed of steer did she show? Was that a Simmental?
No, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Head reserve Simmental. Yep. And I think he said she was a little tuckered out this morning.
Well, we've creeped up into 12 weight cattle, looks like, right? Yeah. No, not
$11.95 to $11.99.
Looks like everybody got the same memo to card at $11.99, huh?
Yep. There is a lot of them. Did not want to bust into Division 2.
And honestly, probably, I wonder if those weight limits are set or if they float relative to year, you think, on the crossbreds.
I bet you they're relatively set.
Yeah.
I'll bet you they're relatively set. And I always forget. They'll take so many out of Division 1, then they'll take so many out of Division 2, so many out of Division 3.
Oh, it's not their discretion, huh?
Because what did they say last night? They'll take the top 20 crossbreds.
Oh, I thought it was 25, but maybe
25
I'm wrong.
could be. Yep, 25 crossbreds.
24.
But they'll take, I bet you they'll go 20 deep in the middleweight crossbreds.
Right. Oh, so do they pick the sell order on each division?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's going to take a minute then.
Yeah. They'll have to, when Division 1 gets
They'll
out of here,
pick
they'll
like
have to
12
go
to
for a
15
little
mid
bit.
lightweights. Then they'll start the middleweight division. Then they'll pick 20, 25 middleweight divisions.
But I don't think they pick 20 Division Ones. But I would think they'd go pretty deep into the middleweights.
I think Bob and Brock are both. They're the kind of guys that I think they're going to allow quality to dictate how many they pick probably in each division, don't you think? I mean, if they think there's 15 in the middle in the lightweights, then they'll grab 15 of them. Or
I
not?
think they'll whatever Richie and the crew say.
Because the other thing is too, isn't there? Because let's just say, I'm sure it's like this. In Norvell's situation, you were talking about, if they showed 2 barras and they had a steer and a market lamb, can they only show 1 sale slot?
I think that's right.
Total?
And then that's why they need alternates.
Yeah, gotta have the alternates. Yeah.
Because there might be a kid in this class win the hog show, but then he's loses that spot in this class. Yep. Same playlist as yesterday.
Yeah. Little Oak Ridge voice.
The Bellamy brothers, he says.
I got called out one time. I was off. I was right genre, right generation, right age of old man group. I missed the fact that it was the Bellamy brothers. This is a great story. The Bellamy brothers.
Yep.
Okay. My great aunt used to babysit the Bellamy brothers.
Really?
They're from San Antonio, Florida.
How about it?
They grew up literally 45 minutes from where I grew up.
Wow.
What's that?
Yeah. I would have
little
thought
fun
they
fact
were
deal.
from
That's why I always
Texas.
That's why I always fall back to the Bellamy brothers when you hear the old man group singing, because I don't really care for the Oak Ridge boys, and the Bellamy brothers are from Florida. What?
Hey, speaking of things that you were wrong about yesterday, which was several.
You going to bring up the race that's not on videotape?
There was mention of a foot race.
I think
I for sure can whip you in a foot race. And then last night we're walking to the car, and there was a place where there was a bunch of cones or a bunch of landmarks at the end of a walkway there, and so we decided that was going to be the end point. It's probably 50 yards. And some might say I smoked you.
Yeah. Some might also say it took you 2 miles down the road to catch your breath.
Well, that happened. And then I just barely nick him with my hand when I blow by him, and he tries to LeBron James me. You pushed me. You pushed me.
I don't know. Rematch in a month. Rematch in a month. We go to Mexico, rematch in the sand, all right?
Ooh, that adds a new obstacle.
Yeah, that does. Hey, that calf's stout.
Mm-hmm.
He's stout like gorillas. Look at that calf's bone and foot and stuff. Calf up there towards the lead looks good, too. That calf is husky.
Yeah. That's Jason Berlowitz's daughter there, isn't it, taking pictures?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Did you know Jason Berlowitz's son? I've never met him, but did you know he plays football for what's the college in Nashville?
I'm not sure.
What?
I'm not sure.
They beat Alabama this year, upset them. Biggest upset in history.
I'm not sure.
You know your college football.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, everything, I guess. Vanderbilt.
Vandy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he plays football for Vandy.
I didn't realize that. I didn't realize Vandy was in national.
Because I seen on Jason's Snapchat, like videos of the game, and I texted him and wondered what he was doing at a Vanderbilt game, and his son plays for him.
Talk about In God We Trust. We talked about to Chappie yesterday about the solid gold clone stuff. In God We Trust. I've got, about 2 weeks ago, my phone popped up in memories from when I was a so-called judging coach that you made fun of yesterday. When we came to Texas and worked out, we would go by Horn. So I got to know Horn when, and whatever, Jake. Jake, that is inaccurate, but part of it is me being half asleep this morning. But anyways, we went by Brandon's, and Brandon took me out on the golf cart, and I saw solid gold when he was probably 2 months old.
Yep.
I got pictures on my phone. For a little baby calf, I mean, that was kind of, I mean, he was stout and hairy and fuzzy.
Boy, I really regret not having that lady that said ready, set, go last night video
That deal.
We would have figured out a way to Walton live stream that thing.
Yeah, I'm sure after this steer show, if you want to wait around that long, they'll probably Walton webcast it. Blake's got the video of you and me with the Yogi Bear costumes.
Cheater. Hey, let's give him a show. Let's like trip and fall. So I trip and fall and you race and win.
Look at you and me in that. I mean, we did have fun with it, really.
Down to 4.
Yeah, down to 4. We should keep track of the percentage of black versus color cattle. Be curious.
Black's been, no, colored won the last class, didn't it?
Yeah.
Looks like black's going to hold their own here.
Yep, it does. Bob and Brock are being pretty efficient, honestly.
This is my favorite.
Seems like we moved pretty good. Did you make that?
Yeah. You never seen that?
No. Oh, man.
Hey, show it to her.
Those of y'all that don't know, Thompson has way too much time on his hands.
I really think that really hits me funny. Oh, tough class of 4 here, judging coach.
Yeah. Good kettle, though. Oh, well. Calf in the back's nice build, ain't he?
Well, the results of the class number 2 is the crosses. First is Mark Braver from Chandler. Second, Archie Carlson from Sayre.
All right. Looks
All right,
like
here we
color's
go.
going to win this.
This is Danica Spalding from Keys.
So in our opinion, what's really unique about these crossbreds, and we're not just telling a story on the mic to make the crossbred exhibitors feel good, this is very unique in our opinion. When you get to a show, as tough as OYE is, still, you get to the lightweights, and it's nothing taken away from the lightweights, but they just look so juvenile and so youthful, which they're light, obviously, and that all coincides and parallels with one another. However, you just don't see them this soft-sided and this high quality throughout a class, or at least in our opinion, in any one breed. And so it's been really refreshing to judge these. And when this class came in, I told Brock, I said, isn't this fun when you get to see just calf after calf come in that you really like and wonder, okay, is that the calf that's going to win this class? This class is no exception. The silver steer, there's so much to admire on this steer. He's a show steer. His top screams quality, really good on the back side of his shoulder. Look at that hip in that calf. Tail head sits in him good. Really good bone. Now, he's a little bit of a rascal to show. He sees everything. And at times we talked about his ankle and if everything was flexible like it needs to be. When he relaxed, which wasn't very often, he went really, really good. We really like this calf. We would change his chest just a little, nitpicking on a really good calf. It doesn't sit low, so we don't think it's going to be a problem as he gets a little higher up in that 1,450 pound weight. It sits forward in him. The saving grace on this one, and we talked about some other breeds yesterday in terms of, you know, he's long enough necked for sure. I mean, that doesn't really, you don't eat that anyway. We love the way the neck comes out of this one's shoulder. You know, he's good from his crest down into his jawline. If we could tidy up that chest in a perfect world, we would do that, but just a really high quality calf to start. The decision making for us kind of got to between 2 and 3, and we thought there was more true muscle shape and design screaming when this calf goes in motion. Think he does really good on those back two when he goes in motion, considering the power he's moving around in the ring. Really, he matches up really good with the steer that wins the class in terms of his density through his mid body. Really screams a big wide loin, really good out of the backside of his shoulder. Really appreciate this calf. The calf that comes next is a calf that we considered going in the second hole with, and you could switch those pair if you want. We thought as we viewed those two cattle again one another, we think they're just a little more true muscle shape and design going into the lower 1/3 of the body shape of this calf. Look at the way that neck comes out of that shoulder. Just super, super attractive. He'll probably take a better backdrop picture than the calf that goes in second. But when you got the vantage point of being down here on him, I think they're just more true shape and power in that steer. An awfully good, big muscle, big ended calf circling now. Gets a little, and if he weighed 1,450 pounds, we may have him moved up. He's a little mature at this stage of his career for us in that chest and up in that front end for us compared to the ones that go out above him. Tends to want to get just a little more camped up and a little forward on those front two. This is a really good silver steer that come in 5th in this class. Just a little more old school looking, if you will. Real extended through his front, nice headed, really easy on the eyes. Want to set that tail head down a little. And then he just gets a little dry through the center part of his body. Want to make him a little stouter coming out of the back of his shoulder. Explode him in that flank just a little. High quality class to be sure.
Your Class 3 of your Crossbred Market Steers placings. Congratulations to your class winner, Carrington Troyer from Mays County 4-H, followed by Price Poe from Cherokee. 3rd place, Rance Howard from Ringling. 4th, Mason Eisenhower from Oklahoma County. 5th, Collins Cooper from Miller 4-H. 6th, Cashin Bashir from Worcester FFA. 7th place, Camden Colby from Laverne. In 8th, Ryan Hicks from Chickasha. 9th place, Maggie Tacker from Hobart. 10th, Harley Holman from the Garber FFA. We'll now have Division I champion, reserve champion, shown for Division I Crossbred Market Steer.
Okay, we've got Division I coming in over here. Out of the first class, calf weighed 1110, exhibited by Kennedy Arthur from Ripley 4-H. Second place in that class was Sarah Hudson from Cache FFA, weighing 1059. Oh. Well, we're paused for just a second.
What's the deal?
Well, we're held up for just a second. I don't know if they're trying to get that last class winner back in place for the division lineup.
Parker Henley, the water boy. He's bringing Brock and Bobby some well-needed hydration, some high-quality H2O.
Division 1, Crossbred Market Steer, Champion Drive, Division 1.
Okay, here we go. So out of the first class, Kennedy Arthur, her calf weighed 1110. Second place in that class was Sarah Hudson, from Cache FFA, and that calf weighed 1059.
And that's first and second?
No, that's first. That's the first of the next class. So
that's first
class
and second
2's
class.
first
Yep.
is Ansley McAdoo from Payne County Livestock. That calf weighed 1179. And then we've got first place out of class 3, Carrington Troyer, Mays County 4-H with 1199. Second place is out of those respective classes. Class 2 second place was Bradley Fuss, Twin Mountains 4-H. Her calf weighed 1160. And Price Poe from Cherokee FFA, that calf weighed 1197 for a very stout and high-quality lightweight crossbred division.
Let's congratulate the exhibitors over at the sheep side.
All right, we got our 3 class winners out there.
So it's kind of interesting. Well, it's not a big deal, but these class winners, you know, and we'll see this when we get later in the day when they come back in for like Champion Crossbred Drive, but them cattle don't look little.
No.
You know, it's not like you look out there and think like,
No,
hey, them cattle could be bigger. I mean, they look
class
fine
3
size-wise.
steer is yeah, he's got to be 12 something.
Yeah, he's probably mid-12s.
Mid-12s.
Honestly, there's a good shot the middleweight's in the mid-12. The middle class is in the mid-12s.
Yep.
Or at least right at 12.
Yep.
Relative to way back.
Yep.
Did you know any of the other? I mean, I guess there's probably a good chance that. Is that a color that In God can create in the middle class?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I would think, too.
That's what you would call
That's
a
what I'd
deep
call
gold.
like a copper color
Yes.
almost. So,
Not the word red would never come
yeah,
out of the
I guess
guy's
that's
mouth.
probably, yeah. But that's what I meant in terms
Yeah.
of color.
Yeah. That I wouldn't even call that a copper. I would call it a dark yellow.
Gotcha.
Or a dark gold.
You could call it brown. It's close to the color he's standing on.
Yeah.
And that, yeah, they tend to, yeah. Anyways, it's not worth discussing anymore, but that calf.
You got a copper pipe that color, I would say you better check your plumber.
Corroded.
Your plumber.
Oh, shoot. Mm-hmm. Bob really liked this calf out of the last class, just his density and power. And he made the statement, you know, he talked about that calf needing to be better about his lower chest. And we obviously can't see that from our angle right now because those guys are standing there discussing that
Yeah,
calf.
it's called a Brock eclipse.
But Brock eclipse. That's funny. What I would say about that calf is, and what Bob discussed that I thought was dead on accurate, that calf's upper skeleton is awesome. Like his top of his shoulder blade and how his muscle is laid onto his spine and the way it comes out of his loin edge and out of his hip. All those things are very unique in that steer. Calf's very big backed. Kennedy's calf that led that first class, he's on the opposite spectrum of that. His muscles more than there, but he's probably a little more show steer in terms of the organization of his skeleton and his look and image.
Mm-hmm.
He made the statement on that calf that his body was so good for being a lightweight and yet he didn't look wasty. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
it's hard to be, 1,100 pounds and have that kind of rib cage and still look, lean and correct.
Yep.
Then the middleweight's kind of between them. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah. Here's Brock.
We've got an exciting lineup over for our lightweight cross drive, and boy, a lot of times in these lightweight classes or lightweight divisions, you're just hoping for a real good one to come out. And what's unique about this division is every one of these three classes was deep with quality, and that was just really exciting and a really good way for us to get our day started. And starting with this steer out of Class 1, actually both of those steers are very good, very competitive cattle. The black and white one that we started with is one that just gives you an awesome look from the side. We love his balance. We love his symmetry. He's got plenty of power to go along with that. The one thing that's unique about this calf and that made him rise to the top pretty easily in that class, in our opinion, when you set this one into motion, he's a sure shot, man. He hits his stride with comfort and ease, and you've never questioned it. The whole time he's been out here, he's never taken an off step. We love that about that calf. To have everything he has and then combine it with good structure, that's just a really unique animal there to win that first class. Like I said, a highly competitive second place gray steer out of that class to come with him. One that's probably not quite as powerful and not quite as fluid in his movement as the steer that wins that class. Then we had a tough pair out of the second class, and as you saw, we switched that pair at the very end. This gold steer, we thought, to match our steer that wins the first class, just got out and moved a little better than the calf that got second. And as you studied them here, the longer they're out here, the more we felt secure about that decision when they came back in. Now, that black and white calf is high quality. He just takes off steps every now and then, and that just caused us to switch that pair there at the very end. Then you come to Class 3, and you've got a very highly competitive pair of steers out of this class. That silver one that wins, man, he's cool to look at when he's parked. He's got huge pipes underneath of him. Gets out and goes pretty well. We think he gets just a little tight in the middle of his back, and that probably causes his hind wheels to just be a little bit off every now and then. But, man, when he's parked, there's not much to be desired. That thing's really good. He's got a little bit of chest that sits out in front of him, but his neck ties high, and that's just a very high-quality individual to come out of that class. I think we've got our minds made up on what we're going to do. We're going to put our heads together here and get you a champion in reserve and keep this thing moving. But let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause for an impressive lightweight division.
You getting on? Looks like the champion division's going to come out of the first class. Congratulations to Arthur, Kennedy Arthur. That brings back Sarah Hudson with her second place from Cassia FFA. And that calf weighed 1059. She's pulling her steer into the lineup.
Yeah, that first class was good right out of the gate.
Well, and he made the statement that he didn't think that he would see a class that was that deep like the Simmental class was yesterday. Mm-hmm. And he's like, first crossbred class, here we go.
Boom.
Looks like the reserve division is going to come out of the third class. Congratulations to Carrington Troyer from Mays County 4-H. Calf weight 1199. They're going to pick their cell slots here, so we're going to hop off for just a minute. We'll be back when we pick back up with Class 4.
4 of our Crossbred Market Steers. Class 4 Crossbred Market Steers into the show ring.
All right, Corey, we're back. Class 4, it's your read.
It is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
Class 4 ranges from 1200 to 1250 or 1249, and we are in the start of the middles.
Are you sure it's not your turn?
Yeah, I'm almost positive, but I'll read it.
I'm completely, because I remember reading Laverne FFA.
Okay, here we go. Rylan Young from Hal 4-H, and Thompson is back on his phone. Rowan Allen from Payton FFA. Jackson Zoger from Duke FFA. Pistol Gosnell from Copen 4-H. Chloe Young from Hal 4-H. Tilly Niles from Payton FFA. Hunter Durham from Noble FFA. Allie Lovelace from Mustang FFA. Cohen Varner from Tishomingo 4-H. Talon Biggs from Bristol 4-H. Emma Haken from Morrison FFA. Rebecca Purvine from Thomas Fay Custer FFA. Bryn Bush from Altus FFA. And Kimber Collins Tishomingo 4-H. Cattle range from 1200 to 1249. And this is the first class of the middles.
Oh, hey, LeBron.
No, she held me. She held me back.
New video footage.
Look, it's
surfaced.
her arm back, not me.
Mister, you shoved me. You racing? Who you racing?
Thompson.
Who are you racing?
It's Taylor Bell.
Taylor Bell.
But Thompson,
And-
she's holding me back. Look, it's her arm, not me.
She's not touching you.
No, look, she's watch
You
the
do
video.
what some NFL lineman might call a swim move.
Look, I had to get away from her.
Look, you got your hand
Taylor
on
Bell.
her shoulder.
Taylor Bell will confirm that she was holding me back.
She just basically touched you, and then you swim moved her.
No,
Her shoulder's flying back.
Thompson, I'm telling you, you can sway public perception all you want to on this broadcast.
I don't know.
I'm telling you that I was being held back.
When we do this at Junior Nationals, we are going to have a referee.
Yeah,
Normally,
it's
you
fine.
don't need a referee for track and field. We're going to need one.
That's fine.
We're going to have to skip 2 lanes.
But if we're going to race, we're going to get people like Gerald and Brett and
To
Troy
race also?
Jones and, Goat and a bunch of them guys. Honestly, that's what we should do is a racing bracket.
Hey, you know what we need to do?
bracket
Hey,
for
I will
almost
call-
like a track team, a field track team. We'll do the 400 by or the 4x100.
Yep.
Do the
I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to call my good friend Steve Buttleman that plays the bugle for the Kentucky Derby.
Yep.
And he will play the bugle before, and we'll get into our loading docks. Yep. And then they'll say, on the marks, get set, go, and then I'll smoke you. The only thing about it is we can't invite Jeremy Clark because he looks fast.
He does look fast.
It's going to have to be all slow people because I think I'd have heck beaten a person that was actually genuinely fast.
Well, back to the sheep side, the Crossbreds. The class made a lot of room fun and discussions about because the sheep are so good and I think so deep throughout this class. But without that being said, a pair of sheep that sort to the top because I think they check all the boxes in terms of muscularity and correctness of composition.
What are we?
These cattle weigh
1,300
1,200
or
to 1,250. 1,200 to 1,249, I guess, is the carb weight.
Nope, we get.
I haven't really been paying attention to the scales, but it doesn't look like to me many have weighed out. Maybe one or two.
Really?
A couple of them heavier breed steers, I think.
Really?
But that's
I have
about
not
it. I don't
noticed
think
it yet.
really a whole bunch of them have had any problems.
Yep. So we are into class 4. Class 4. Tell Krebs he better start stretching now if he thinks he's going to beat you. Tyler Weingartner said that.
Okay, Tyler.
That's another guy. He's much like Jeremy.
Well, here's the deal. I think we
he is far too fast.
This is what I'm going to say.
And Curtis
Tyler,
Klingman.
I'm glad you're listening,
think
Tyler,
he's
because
a
I
track
think
star.
in Tyler's situation we have to start matching like body types to
Yeah,
like body types.
I know. Yep.
And that way it's a little more even. So
Yep.
we're going to put somebody like Tyler Weingartner. Get Fox, he'd be a ringer. That big fella's faster than one thinks. I don't know who that is, but hey, Fox played college football though. I'm sure he's got some speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to match somebody like Tyler. Yeah, Tyler to Curtis. And have the brother-in-laws battle it out.
I mean to tell you, that would be a race.
Yes.
I don't know who had bet on there.
And we could even break it down into generations.
Them are two of the most competitive humans that
Yes.
a guy could find. And
this is what I know.
Both of them are wiry.
This is what I know. Curtis is a little taller.
Yep.
So he's got the edge that way.
In terms of leg length.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think it's something you'd want to bet on.
Honestly,
Vegas.
what we should do is get Kate's there to do some random showmanship judge or something and get Kate's, Weingartner, and Curtis lined up and let the three of them run it out.
I don't think Tyler Cates could beat him horseback.
Oh, man. Hopefully Tyler Weingartner got a kick out of that.
You would have to go down to Churchill Downs.
You would have to go down to Churchill Town. Oh, shoot. What do you see out there? Black one looks nice towards the front end.
Yep. The big stout silver calf in front of us. It's a unique calf there.
Yeah.
Freaky big legs.
He got a case of the big legs.
Oh, boy. He's got a big square back in him, though.
Mm-hmm.
Might just have a little I-80 in it.
Maybe a pinch. I tell you, Oklahoma's about to have a real big run of sales of really good cattle, looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Between a couple bull sales and fall heifer calf sales that are coming through. It's easy to see watching these shows how good this state is.
Oh, we're feeling a little frisky today. Wanting to get out and run.
Wow, that calf's pumped up. This calf got loose and just didn't realize he really didn't want to be loose, so he's just kind of chilled out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
He looks nice loose.
Yeah. I always wonder sometimes if it's worth it, like when you got a little kid, just walk it in there, just turn calf loose for a minute.
Let him better than a sound calf that's running around range.
Just let him trot around for a second and then gather him back up.
Mm-hmm. Are we going to break 1,300? Nope, we're going to go. I bet you they break the lights at $11.99 and the middles at.
Hey, I got to hop off for just a second, Corey. All right. Whoa.
Golly, he got away again. Tell you what, that girl's not getting too excited by it.
Calf looks good loose. Might as well let him go for it.
Mm-hmm.
What did Tyler say?
But
He's referring to me.
yeah, I know he's
Okay,
yeah.
Tyler.
Yep. Did you just figure that out?
Yeah.
That's who he was talking
I thought he was
about?
talking about Kate's, his brother.
Oh yeah, no.
All right, Tyler.
No, I think he was talking about both of you probably. Yeah. After this morning's video evidence of you and Taylor Bell, I would say you're more of a defensive runner.
This white calf right here looks pretty nice.
Hey, Parker, the Charlet showman himself, got Parker Henley on the halter of that one.
Does OYE have a rule about 3 times and you're out or not?
I don't know. I don't know if they do or not.
I don't wish that on anybody. I just was curious.
That calf's looking at Parker thinking, I'm not going to mess with you.
He's looking at him saying, I'm tied to an anchor.
Yep. Who sings this?
Oh,
yeah.
Tom Petty.
Is it really? And the Heartbreakers?
I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, no. I was wrong. John Mellencamp.
Looks like they pulled this silver one and the black one that got away a couple times down here to the, I think they're kind of building the class around them a little bit. They're going to get, 6 pretty good steers out here. They're going to walk these another time, I bet.
I tell you what, I can tell we're getting closer to the spring. I got text about baseball practice starting here in 2 weeks.
At least we don't have snowdrifts to melt before.
No, that's true.
Makes it tougher to catch balls in the outfield.
I tell you, I've got 2 boys, and they're 2 years apart.
Both of them are playing ball?
Well, that's what I was going to say. He'll be 9 this summer. So he's at the top end, or the top end of 8U. And Jed'll be 8U's the lowest age bracket we've got, so he's got to play 8U. So he'll be 7 in the fall.
Yep.
But they could not be more different in terms of ability. And in terms of coordination.
One got your wife's, and one's got yours.
Yeah. That's right.
Got your sheer
No,
speed.
one got cared about athletics and will practice at midnight because he just has nothing better to do than to just go out there and do something with a ball, and the other one likes to farm. He likes to be in the tractor or skid steer or whatever.
Yep.
Could care less.
A little tougher class to put together here.
Yeah, it's probably not just perfect answer. There's quite a bit of differences in terms of.
Hey, and she said, and Jesse got all my ability.
Yeah. Yep. I think it's probably because there's just lots of makes and models here. There's not just a perfect answer. I do like the calf they've got in the front of the lineup right now. I mean, he's probably the nice combination of the 2 cattle in the back of the lineup. A little more bone and foot and probably a shot more look, but yet a little more muscle and rib cage like the Charlotte Killer one.
Yep.
White one. I tell you what, that calf in the back, he's giving that girl all he wants, and he didn't act like that when he came in, but it's kind of almost like he's spooky.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
He's damn sure spooky.
Yep, they're going to make a spot up there in second for.
Well, and good thing that little girl finally got a chance to kind of get that calf set because he is very nice and deserving of moving up the line.
I'd say what got him to chill just a little bit was Parker Henley leading him around. He's like, I will never get away again.
Do you know Bruce Lawrence? You know who that is?
No? From Texas?
Yeah.
Limousine breeder?
Yep.
Yep.
You ever met Bruce? Well, Bruce, when I was in college, he's a big guy. Like, he's a lot trimmer now, but he used to bring heifer calf classes to the arena for us when we do, like, our mock contests in the spring and fall.
Texas Tech.
Yeah, at Tech. Anyways, Bruce, he brought this heifer calf class. This one heifer was not broke. I mean, she was broke, but not broke. Oh,
Bobby's
okay, Bob's going to go.
Another high-quality class, and to be real frank about it, as good as they were, it was a little trickier class to put together than the previous division, all 3 of those classes in that division. That being said, the combination steer in this class pretty easily for us is the steer that wins the class in terms of he just really profiles nice, good through his center body, pretty good butted, not overpowering by any means, goes in motion good. Certainly what I'm going to talk about here in just a second is what differentiates these 2 steers is when they first come in, the white-tailed steer, I thought, I'll bet that calf wins the class. And you could argue him that way. He's got a little more pipe under him than the first place steer. But I think everything combined, everything from his pole to his tail head, I think we got to go with this steer. I think he's just a little truer at the ground. I think he sets back in his knee. I think they're both pretty equivalent in that respect. They're both nice fronted cattle, fresh fronted cattle, got some top and got some product in the top 1/3 of their skeletal. The calf that comes in second, just standing still, if you just get dropped in here to judge this class standing still, that's probably the steer you're going to start with, or at least I think so, in terms of he's as good looking as the one we used. Love that calf when he's parked. When he goes in motion, he gets outside of himself pretty profoundly at times. A little bigger jointed kind of cattle. He's clean jointed. He doesn't have swelling on his hocks, but I just wish he handled those back too. I like the pipe on this calf better than the one that wins the class. Good calf. calf, good from hooks to pins. Love the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. I think that's an awesome pair of steers. If we get him in motion a little better off those back two, he goes first in this class. The steer that grows on you, this calf here is good cattle. He's got a lot of product in him. He's a calf that probably turns out up front just a little bit. Man, he's admirable through the center part of his body. Screams at you from hooks to pins. Big quality in his top. Really good coming out of the backside of his shoulder. Could I change him in that front shoulder, his angle? He wants to get a little wide to get comfortable. Like the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. A lot of power through the center of that steer and down into his lower 1/3. This steer here, I had to look at him. I told Brock, I said, is that a steer or a market heifer? In turn, man, that thing is so clean sheath. And I had to take another look. But that calf is really well designed. He's a calf that gets probably, and he's got some power to him and some look. He's a steer that's good enough up through his front 1/3. Doesn't have the bone work under him as the three that go out above him, but really, really high quality. Maybe could pull him down in his flank. Very well shown, very well presented. Really nice calf. This calf here is a calf profile-wise. I really enjoy looking at this calf. I love the way he's marked. Good through his center body. Gets just a little straighter in his hock and just a little choppier in his movement, if you will. He's got a nice foot. The form of his foot is good. I'd like to see him have a little bit bigger foot under him, and I think it causes him to get just a tick choppy. I'd like to, in true real time, where we got our vantage point here, with the way he chops on those back two just ever so slightly, I'd like to see him be pushing a little more power in that lower 1/3. He runs out of gas in his lower stifle a little quicker, and I'd like to see, specifically because he doesn't go quite as easy on those back two, is what I'd like to see. Beautiful profiling calf, good through his center quarter, like to carry it down into his hock a little better.
Your Class 4 Crossbred Market Steers. Congratulations to your class winner, Jackson Zorger from Duke FFA. Followed by Bryn Bush from Altus. Third, Kimber Collins, Tishomingo. Fourth, Pistol Gosnell from Copan. Fifth, Allie Lovelace from Mustang. Sixth place, Talon Biggs from Bristow. Seventh place, Hunter Durham from Noble. Eighth, Rebecca Purvine, Thomas Fay Custer. Ninth, Emma Haken from Morrison. 10th, Chloe Young from Howe. 11th place, Cohen Varner from Tishomingo. 12th, Rylan Young from Howe. 13th, Tilly Niles from Payton. And 14th, Rowan Allen from Payton for FFA. We now have Class 5 of your Crossbred Market Steers. Class 5 Crossbred Market Steers.
Okay, here we go.
All right, middleweight class of Division 2. And then we're going to have Division
This is probably the tightest class we've had weight range, 1250 to 1265.
Yeah. There's 4 divisions?
I guess I didn't look that far ahead. Division 2, Division 3, yeah, Division 4. Yep.
Division 4. Okay, so we're in the middleweight of Division 2, Class 5, Camden Dorton, Navajo 4-H, Kaylee Ramey from Tonkawa FFA, Caden Gosnell from Copen FFA, Gemma Berry from Chickasha FFA, Jagger Herbacek from Anadarko 4-H, Collins Cooper from Miller 4-H, Brenna Bass from Manford FFA, Madeline McLean from Leedy FFA, Mackenzie Hadladik from Hennessy FFA, Bronk Fletcher from Comanche County 4-H, Tessie Joe Fadley from Stillwater FFA, and Cayman Collins from Atoka 4-H. Some tongue twisters in there. Oh, we got one feeling frisky again.
Nice set of calves, too, coming in.
That was Camden Dorton that wanted to do a little bucking. All right, Bobby and Brock set in on handling these. Boy, Troy Jones, he would be a good one to put in that group.
Yeah, I think you got to probably bracket them.
Troy Jones, Brian Fox. Yeah.
You know, it's just like first and 10th seeds. You know, it's just
Yeah.
like the.
Mm-hmm. We would have more 10ths than first.
Well, I think it's probably all relative. Got to give everybody on the list and start putting them
in the bracket.
Start working from last
yeah.
to first, and you figure it out pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
Get Blake in there. Scasta.
Yeah, I feel like he could sneak up on a guy.
Yeah, it's probably him.
Because he's lost some weight. He's actually got the age of a 10th seed, but he's got the condition of a
the age of a 10th seed.
He's got some age. He's got some age on him, but I feel like he's in as good a shape as anybody that age. I feel like he could sneak up on you. Well, we could have a women's section, too.
Yeah, I've got a great picture of Riley Barber running at a high rate of speed. I got to find that. Now that you say. It popped up in my memories the other day.
We could, all of Lindsay's helpers could have one big race. Amy and Bailey and Steph and Lindsay and Riley. I feel like we should have paramedics on hand this event.
The way you were sucking wind last night, yeah. Oh, yeah, Kendall and Destin Dorsey. That's a good call, too.
Kendall's a state. Is that a?
I'm betting
state
that's his
champion
sister.
runner? Or maybe. Yeah. I was gonna say.
Honestly, for that deal, let's just line up Kendall and Kevin and let them two run. See how that goes.
It's gonna be the next wrestling match. Battle of the Brimmers. Yeah, I don't doubt Kendall's in good shape for his age, too. Boy, they got some groovy tunes on.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. You know who this is?
Nope.
Really?
I'm bad
This
at,
is the Beatles.
I'm bad at naming.
How can you be this bad at this?
I'm not good
the
at it.
The Beatles are probably the most notable band of all time.
Only got so much storage space.
I know that to be true.
I know Garth Brooks songs. That's about it. What? Well, I knew Garth Brooks sang it. I didn't know that was a cover, and I still would like to go to the books there. I don't buy that, but I thought that sounded plumb like Garth Brooks.
So Bob judged this as the associate 2 years in a row.
I think that's right. Yeah.
And now he's judged her 2 years in a row. So,
but there was people in between.
Yeah.
I think Jack Ward did it 1 year.
Oh yeah.
Parker Henley did it. Jack might have done it 2 years. And Parker did it 1 year. Yep. Yeah, because the first year Brett and I did this, Jack judged that year. Then the next year Parker did it, and Bobby did it with me. And then last year Bob did it, Jakey did it with me. Speaking of Jakey, with all of us old guys, if we do this foot race deal at Junior Nationals, we're going to need to borrow some of his self-tanning, or the tanning stuff.
Self-tanning stuff?
Mm-hmm. I mean, otherwise we're going to be some albino-looking.
Did you just say that just Paul Clapp, second-year Bob associate?
Yep.
Did you just say that Jakey puts on self-tanning lotion? Jakey, just so you know, Thompson said that, not me. I just reiterated it.
I mean, I think it's high-quality stuff. But. Our president does, too, I think.
I was like, what?
Pretty good white steer right there. That's 501, 189. Oh, we're on 2. Yep, that's the first one, Camden Dorton. He's the lightest calf in that class at 1250. Only 19 pounds difference in the entire class, so.
Extremely good sheep. They both bring different things to the table. They're both high quality, both muscular, both compositionally right sheep. The handle leaning, very shapely.
Usually you see there's some white-looking, horn-looking stuff in this class. Usually you see Brandon's son Jagger running around here. I have not seen him chasing anything around this year.
Just an all-day sheep that's got lots of power and a little extra dimension compared to our sheep in second. No question, the sheep in second a little more elevated up front. He's a little more, he's leveler to his hip. He's just a little more elegant when you get him out and watch him travel. Unfortunately, he's a little narrower through his chest and forearm. Sheep that doesn't have quite as much twist, quite as much pin width, just quite as much burliness, if I can use that term, compared to the sheep that we got first. But maybe just a little neater in terms of his package from forward to rear, in terms of how those pieces fit together. Two really high quality sheep. Congratulations to those two young ladies. Nice sheep that comes in third, certainly muscular, certainly powerful in terms of his build. Good handling sheep that's big and massive over his rag. He's not as good in his top line because his transition is good. From his lower to his hip, he's just not as neat in terms of the way those pieces fit together.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Couple of really nice white ones in here, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that one in first. He's a stout rascal.
Black calf in front of us got a long neck.
Mm-hmm.
Wide off the top of his shoulder. Let's see, what this is the second class of middles, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, 4 divisions, so there isn't a middle.
Yeah. But this is the second class. Oh, yeah.
Class
yeah,
of
yeah,
division
I'm with you. I'm
two,
with you.
yep.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Thought I taught you about that yesterday. With even numbers, you can't have
Whatever.
a middle.
Whatever.
Yep. We'll just call it Division 2.
I tell you who else. Got to get Joe in there. Gensini in that race lineup.
Yeah. I feel like he could deceive you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Charlie Wilson, he's going to be more of a 1 seed. Well, I bet you Charlie and Jeremy Clark, I would hate to, bet you they'd be fast. We may have to get like a laser to tell the winner in some of these deals, like the Olympics.
Roberts from Bristow.
Maybe a photo finish.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know
That
what?
calf's good looking. You know what?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Little-
Like the angle of his shoulder and just how he's built out of the top of his neck. And that calf's like neck projection and like shoulder blade knee is awesome. Yeah, he's probably just a little softer in his top. There's no doubt.
Yep.
But that's also why his structure's so good. Why that calf can move so loose too. I mean, I'm not saying he's, I still think that calf, just in terms of muscles, good there.
Yep. Hey, you know what did not require a
Honestly,
photo?
just loin him just a pinch, and I think that would make the difference. What's that? What
You
did
know
not
what
require a
did
photo
not-
finish?
The race last night.
Hey, I will admit, I got beat. I'm not going to doubt that.
I mean, you took 2 steps and you're done. And then
it wasn't
LeBron. You LeBron for
Yeah.
a minute. You got me. You hit me.
I
and
didn't care for the start of the race. I really didn't. I mean, that's just what I'm
Yeah.
going to say.
When I bolted away from you,
Mm-hmm.
I realized how you would think that was bad.
This is where he pulls himself together.
Yeah.
Like I think he just gets a little lazy because his skeleton's so nice. That white calf in the lead, he's wanting to act up a little bit, but that calf's pretty stout. I mean, he's way opened
that's
up.
That's a good calf.
Dense.
Yeah, that's the lightest one in the entire
What
class.
Chappie said yesterday, we can all agree on big feet.
Yeah,
you can
we
see his
can
feet
all-
from here.
I've never had one person pull in the driveway and said, hey, I could use a real small-footed one.
Yeah. Use a real small-footed one. Yeah, see, I agree with Blake. We'll have to break by body weight, like body mass index,
and
age.
And age?
Yeah.
So you think it's like a three-way split?
Yeah, probably.
Real hard time. I'm going to have to do some thinking on what they're going to have for a surface to get the right shoes.
Dude, they got tar paper. It's perfect.
No. Well, if we do it in the arena, it's probably going to be a surface similar to this.
Yeah.
In which case, I'll do a mild cleat.
A mild cleat. We know we've gone around the bend when we start talking about athletic wear to justify the competency of the race. That white calf's body shape is absolutely bad to the bone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he is freaking cylinder ribbed.
And still has a pretty good look. And
yeah, for sure.
Shoulders good.
It's just, I mean, if you get one's rib cage set in there that kind of shape and turn, it lets his back be so much squarer. I mean, it's very hard to get one big backed that's doesn't have that kind of rib cage built underneath it. Calf wants to get just a pinch full there at the end, but he's very similar in his bone and foot. Dude, that black steer's a good-looking rascal.
Yeah, I'd like to know how he's bred. There's just when she goes to set him up, it just kind of.
Well, I just think he's a pinch long-bodied, and his shoulder angle is relaxed.
Yeah, right there. It
Yeah.
just kind of all falls out a little bit, but. Some neat pieces. It's pretty close if you could just.
Honestly, he's the kind of calf that you leave your space. You leave yourself about 15 foot to the calf in front of
So
you,
you can
and you
keep
just
moving
keep
him
moving him
ahead.
up.
Yeah.
I mean, just
set
keep
him up,
stepping
'cause
him,
right
keep
there it's
stepping
real
him,
good.
keep stepping him.
And then there'll be about 30 seconds in here. You better get him going.
How did Chappie said yesterday? When the class runs long, the long necks pay off.
Yep. Yeah.
And that calf's a perfect
long-necked
example of
ones
it.
with presence. Oh, hey. That one is a How Great Thou Art I-80. Ty Webster's. That girl. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's a good calf.
Yeah. That calf in the lead, though, I mean,
That's good stuff.
that steer's really nice. He's kind of the nice combination.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Cheers,
here we go.
Brock.
Keep this middleweight crossbred division, or our second division going, or middle class of our second division. This class, again, was very deep. I think we just kind of like a record on repeat here. There's been a lot of quality, but one thing's for sure is that this calf needs to win the class, and he does so pretty handily. Not only does he have the best look from the side and the most balance, but you get in on top of him, and that thing's got a lot of product. He set him into motion. He's the most comfortable on the go. He just does everything right. Really easy place to start this class. Very high quality individual. The calf that comes second is one that grew on us, and actually the next two calves here we decided that structure's probably a wash. This one got more comfortable as he came, or as he got in the ring here and got settled in. I still wouldn't call his structure correct, but this one grows on you with the product and the mass and the substance that he has. You set him into motion, we'd surely like to relax him back into that knee and see him step a little softer on them rear two. Other than that, that's a high-quality individual. The calf that comes next, ones we highly considered for second place. Definitely like this one when he hit the ring. The longer he's out here, the worse he moves. He's a little short-strided, and it's because he's so straight off them rear two. The rest of that calf is very high quality. We love his balance. We love his look from the side. It's his structural issues that sort him down into third here today. The next calf is very, very good just in terms of his basic fundamentals. We love his structure. We love his foot and bone underneath of him. He just gives up mass and power to the steers in front of him. We need to see some more genuine back shape to him and carry down to more of a wide base width there at the bottom. That's a really high quality, really functional individual. And then the steer that comes in fifth is one from the stands that you might be thinking, what's a steer like that doing in fifth? And he's kind of showing us right here. The young lady needs to keep his top down a little better. He is really, really good except for right behind his shoulders, and that's a major flaw with that calf. She lets him get stretched out and lets his top roach. If we'd put his top down, maybe keep him parked with his feet a little closer together, that calf would look a lot better. That might be something we missed. But when you get off to a front three-quarter angle of this one, you can really see it's very accentuated. And when she gets him parked and lets him fall apart, that just kind of all is easy to notice. And that's why he runs down into fifth here today. A very, very competitive class of steers here.
Your Class 5 Crossbred Market Steers placings. Congratulations to your class winner, Camden Dorton from Navajo 4-H, followed by Mackenzie Laddick from Hennessy. Third, Jagger Hibachi from Anadarko 4-H. Fourth, Tassie Joe Fadley from Stillwater. Fifth, Madeline McLean from Leedy FFA. Sixth, Caden Gosnell from Copan. Seventh place, Cayman Collins from Atoka. Eighth, Bronk Fletcher from Comanche County. Your ninth place, Gemma Berry from Chickasha. 10th, Brenna Bass from Manford FFA. 11th, Collins Cooper, Miller 4-H. 12th, Kaylin Ramey from Tonkawa FFA. We'll now have Class 6 of your Crossbred Market Steers into show ring number 1. Class 6 Crossbred Market Steers.
6.
Okay, Class 6. Calves range from 1274 to 1299, so another tight weight group again. Paisley Wisniewski from Canute 4-H. Taylor Elmore from Skytook FFA. Seeley Bellows from Atoka County 4-H. Lane Berry from Oaktahall FFA. Susie Milligan from Elmore City Purnell FFA. Trip Yoakum from Sapulpa FFA. Brazos Heck from Roth FFA. Chisholm Setzer from Hobart 4-H. Tiffany Lamar from Tipton 4-H. Lilia Smith from Durant FFA. Maisie Willis from Love County 4-H. Emma Newberry from Colgate 4-H. Kinley Martinez from Mustang FFA. Eli Plagg from Guthrie FFA. Alder Ball from Chandler FFA. Houston Dixon from Windward FFA. Okay. What'd you see walking in? I didn't get to look up.
I don't see that Heck boy. He might have thought to himself, I used all my luck up winning the Scimitals.
Well,
I'm going to set this one out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like we got 15 head in this class. It says there's 16 head. That's a cool colored one right in front of us there, black and white, speckled up.
yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. Ty just being very honest about things. All right. Who's this? Come on, Thompson.
George Strait.
Yes, thank God. If you didn't get that, we were going to have
Took
problems.
me a while, but I got it. It's not a cover.
Hey, you know, we get a better view if we just watch the.
Yeah.
That black calf you just handled looked good.
Just now figuring that out, huh? It's on the TV screen?
Totally missed it.
Yep.
Totally missed it. Griner said yesterday the sheep looked good. I think he was pretty excited about sorting the crosses today.
He's got a bunch of them things to go through.
Yep. Yeah, I think he told me there was 10 classes of crosses, and yesterday if they averaged about 35 to 40 in a class. So it'd be pretty stout.
You know, I was told the first year I come down here, it would shock you how many people that show steers go and buy a couple sheep and practice showmanship with their steer with a sheep tied beside them.
Oh, that wouldn't shock me. That's a good point.
So they don't wig out the first time they see a sheep.
Yeah. Huh. It's kind of interesting. I guess I never really thought about it, but it makes sense.
Especially the ones that are a little bit scatterbrained.
Can see. Let's see.
I wonder if Gerald Buck's here showing steers again today.
I don't know.
He was ringside for quite a bit of the show yesterday, watching the nephews do a little showing.
Well, I don't think Brett just had 2 breed steers, right? He didn't have a cross.
I don't believe so.
I don't
no.
think he did, anyways.
He had one entered. He said he had a little foot rot yesterday.
Mm.
So Brett would be an age higher category, but his weight, he has fluctuated.
Yeah, I don't
weight.
know how that works.
I don't know if you about got to have 4 divisions.
Yeah, probably.
You got to have a young skinny division, a young heavier set division, an older skinny division, and an older heavier set division, in which you and I would both fall into.
An old heavy division?
Mm-hmm.
You do understand I'm not that old.
I know, but you still fall into that.
Where do you break the young division at?
Well, how old are you?
35.
I know, but I feel like the younger division's
How old
going
are
to be
you?
in the 20.
How old are
and
you?
You would have a much better I think this
how
is where
old are
you want to be.
How old are you?
52.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I feel closer to 25 than I do 52.
Okay, but I'm just spitting
And
facts
by
here.
numbers,
Okay,
which you like to talk about,
would
like you think you know better.
Okay, you like to win.
Age bracket
You like
difference.
to win, and last night you got waxed by a 52-year-old.
You know what I like more than winning?
So do you really want to go
Being
younger?
young.
That's like
That's
saying,
what I'd like to do.
That's like being 1,150-pound fat steer and be like, I will whip the 1,300-pounders.
No, it's not. That's reverse of the discussion.
Well, it's much easier to beat a 52-year-old
Yeah,
than
I
it
get
is
it.
a 30-year-old.
No, I get what you're saying. I just don't think of myself as the older bracket.
You can go younger. I just trying to give you a fair fight. So you're thinking 40? You just don't want to get whipped by me again. That's fine. Just say it. Call a spade a spade.
You have reached the answer of the day.
Yep. That's what it all boils down to. All right, we're starting to come around now.
Yeah, this is where we're going to get a look. What was that the answer to? Probably because they just haven't been tested.
What? They're all tested.
Thanks, Blake. Appreciate that.
Yeah, the balding ages the person.
Yes, I understand.
You're fully aware.
I am aware.
You know, I went through your toiletry bag this morning trying to find a comb to comb my hair.
You do understand that that's a strange comment.
I know.
I rifled through your stuff this morning.
Yeah,
Oh,
trying
okay.
to find a brush, and then I thought to myself,
There was a comb in there.
There was?
Yeah.
I didn't see it. I forgot my comb.
Wait till the peanut gallery text about the comb.
I figured I'd just borrow Parker Henley's when I got here. I'll promise you he's got one in his back pocket.
The pulse.
They got any information on the
Reserve for Division 1 was an In God from Bonham. And you said the champion for that division was a Here I Am, right?
Here I Am, Carney Man.
Carney Man.
Houston's fired back up this morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They got 2 days of showing again, don't they?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Yeah.
How many head? Did they show 2,000 at that show?
I wouldn't have the slightest. It's got to be close. At least entries-wise, it's got to be close to that. Really? This is funny. Oh, crap.
All right.
Okay.
We are Division.
Well, Division 2, Class 2 of that division. Class 6, right?
Yep. Taylor Elmore up there in the second hole. I wonder if that's relation to Jason Elmore. From Skytook, which is by Tulsa. I think that's kind of Elmore country up there.
His pieces fit together the best. He's really fresh. He's particularly better than the sheep in second in terms of his front third, in terms of his top line, in terms of his angulation of joints and upfrontedness. When we put him in motion compared to the sheep in third, he's way more pulling apart in terms of his chest and forward and rib dimension and just wedges and got more mass to him. Congratulations, young lady. We thought the decision in the class was 2 and 3, not because those sheep are similar, but because I think that's kind of where you get down to. Both of them are sheep that we can live with from a compositional standpoint in terms of muscularity and leanness. We got more mass. We got more openness.
I tell you what, class is big. It takes a hot second. The ring's good size, but it's not perfect.
From the side view, I like the sheep in third in terms of one that's his finger, his makeup to his lower body, his chest forward is more proportional to his flank. In motion, he's probably just a little more comfortable. He gets a little bit flat in terms of his forehead. Just like to give him a notch more openness in terms of his rib cage. Stout came up as you study him in that regard. What a good sheep. The young man's done an excellent job. Sheep we got in forward. Nothing really wrong with that sheep. At the same time, probably doesn't have quite the handling quality of the sheep that's sitting ahead of him. He's not quite as good in terms of his extension and balance as the sheep that we got in third. He's not as explosive in terms of his muscularity and handle compared to the sheep in the first 2 holes. So he just kind of falls in the floor. Good solid sheep that's sound, moves good, has some muscle. We like to raise him up in his front end, wants to run downhill just a little. No, he's a good solid sheep that comes in your bid. We like his body type and style. Like a lot of things about that sheep. We appreciate his leanness. I like his shape from behind.
That is
Jason's niece.
younger brother, England, or Elgin's daughter. Mm-hmm. Yep. Getting them whittled down here.
And the results out of class number 5, Crossbred Market Withers. First, Laney Allen from Canoe. Second, Barbander out of Comanche County. Third, Luke Thomas, Deccan County. In fourth in this class is Presley Johnson from North City. Fifth, Richie Zeiss from Keys. In sixth, Aiden Rexley from Wagoner. In seventh, Madeline Burrow from
Righty, got her down to,
this class is Reed
oh, got her down to 9.
Ninth, Avian Anderson from Ringwood, and Emily Eggman from Walters. We're now ready for our champion of Division 1 of first 5 classes.
We get up to, yeah, $12.99 in this division. Oh, this is there'll be a division after this class.
Yeah.
We are in the last class of Division 2.
What do you like out there?
I don't know. I think there's
a lot of nice calves, huh?
yeah, I feel like there's a few different ways.
Maybe not that one
You
that's
can-
like,
yeah.
hey, this has got to win.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I would say I think Bob and Brocken have had, I mean, they've had plenty to have to kind of get through.
Bite through, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That black calf in front of us is good looking.
He's good looking, yeah. I feel like this is a class that.
And actually, like, from here, like, his foot size and, like, it looks good. He's probably not just super hairy down low. But, I mean.
Probably doesn't have, like, some of the punch that the colored calves got, but.
Doesn't quite have, like,
Yeah.
that piece where it's like, hey, this is my one piece that is different than everything else.
Yeah, this is
the
a
fact
class,
that he's probably a little more complete is probably his piece, I guess.
This is a class that, you know, you could make it. It kind of looks like you might switch gears a little bit, but because there isn't just a lot of them that just fit together or whatever, you might have to sacrifice some muscle to.
That is a
to
nice,
get
solid calf, though.
Good feet and legs and all that.
This calf ripped his hair out a little bit, but his power to structure is really good, especially like a hip and hind leg relative to pin set and dimension.
He's husky.
From behind. He is husky from behind.
Mm-hmm.
No wheelbarrow race. I'd like to see Riley and Lindsay do a wheelbarrow race. That'd be good.
Boy, I mean, can you imagine Kendall Brimmer wheelbarrowing me around? Better have 2 front tires.
Oh, man.
Pair young with old. Sell the teams on a Calcutta. Got the Elmore girl in first. That's Yoakum boy in second. Oh, no. I missed that girl up there in the first hole. That's a good-looking steer.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one you were talking
Yeah.
about now. Just to, yep.
Mhm.
You got a little confused there a little bit.
That calf in the front, he was back here earlier. His front end is like eccentric.
He looks wild looking. I'll bet you they flip-flopped him toward the front just so they got him more toward the
towards that direction.
south end, or I think that's south.
Yeah, I think that's right.
What'd you get?
She ain't.
Oh. Thought maybe she brought you breakfast.
So the black steer I like went second. Is that right? I think he put second. They left the wild neck black steer in first, right? Honestly, all three of those calves, 1, 2, and 3, they're all, I mean, they've all got their piece that makes them, you know, fight to win this class.
Yeah, I bet they're going to like that steer that wins pretty well. Looks like a Bob May show steer.
Okay, here we go.
Not to take anything away from this class, but quite honestly, as Brock and I evaluate these cattle from first down to the end, this is a class of trade-offs, to be quite honest. And the steer that wins the class, standing still, if you only get to see him from the side, you're like, wow, that's a good beast. And he is, to be sure. That thing is just powerful in the top 1/3 of his skeletal makeup. He's a calf. What's unique about him is he's got more punch and more power than the calf that's going to go second, and he moves it better. Now, if you get down here on ground level with us, I definitely would like to change him in his forerib. He just tightens up in his forerib the way he joins into the backside of his shoulder, and he's just a little open at the top side of his blade. With that being said, he's a nice footed cattle. He's good bone, lots of power in that calf, just really, really good. The trade-off comes as far as the way the body design is. We like the calf in second better behind his shoulders than the calf in first. But with all that being said, as you put them in motion, there is definitely more muscle in the calf that wins the class. I don't think that's even up for discussion. And with that being said, he just longer strided, softer, more comfortable at the ground, more comfortable at the flex to his hock. And so we decided to leave that calf there, even though we'd like to change him right behind his shoulder. We love this calf standing still profile. If you're not down here, of course, you can see him walking. He gets just a little tighty. He doesn't have as much authority at the ground. He just gets shortened up in his step, and he's a steer that we want to give him more power throughout. Side profile is phenomenal. His depth of body is good. He is a better behind his shoulder cattle than the steer that wins this class. This is a calf we really want to like. This calf is a lot like the 5th place calf, either last class or the class before. When you put him in motion, you're like, ooh, does that calf got a chance to win this class? But you can see what we can see in terms of he wants to break behind his shoulders. He's got a little shoulder. He opens up at the top of his blade ever so slightly. Now, when he goes in motion, he kind of perks back up and gets it together. Got good structure underneath him. Love the stoutness. His hip just screams boldness. He goes in motion good. He's just a little raw in that front 1/3. Like to make him a little better behind his shoulder on the top of his spine and down in his lower forerib. The white calf that comes next, kind of the yellowish butterscotch colored steer, just a little drier in his overall makeup. We'd like to pick his chest up and drop his flank down. Screams with power, got a lot of muscle, a lot of extension. Love the angularity on both ends of his skeletal. Got enough width out of both ends of his skeletal, we think, as a market steer. This is a little bit of a problem steer for us, this 5th place steer. Love him standing still. Love this calf. He's so good through his center body. He just labors from the middle of his back. He gets a little high and he kind of goes forward that way. There you can see when he parks him, you're like, okay, why don't you start the class with that one? And we would if we didn't walk him. We really like this calf. His angles look good, but when he goes in motion, and we think it starts in the top part of his skeletal. We think he's a little tight in his spine, and we think it's indicative of how he goes in motion. Nice class of steers, a little tricky to put together like the last class.
Your Class 6 of your Crossbred Market steer. Placing congratulations to your class winner, Paisley Wisniewski from Canute 4-H, followed by Kinley Martinez from Mustang. 3rd, Taylor Elmore from Skytook. 4th place, Adler Ball from Chandler. 5th, Trip Yoakum from Sapulpa. 6th,
Division. We got. Oh no, we got a division here. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Well, phenomenal set sheet here in Division 1. Colby and I have
Okay, dude. You're
thoroughly
paying
enjoyed
attention
the
here?
opportunity to sort through them. And
You got the class winners
Yep,
wrote down.
I do.
a really good class.
So,
Kind of set our focus.
okay,
We're able to
class
find that really fit us in terms of our type and kind.
4, coming from 4, Jackson Zorger, from Duke FFA. Calf weighs 1218. Second place in that class was Brian Bush, from Altus FFA. Calf weighed 1249. Oh, we're paused. Here we go. Second class, which would be class 5 of this division. Class 5 of this division. First place was Camden Dorton, Navajo 4-H, calf weighed 1,250 pounds. Second place was Mackenzie Haldack from Hennessy FFA. And then in class 6, which would be the third class of Division 2, was Paisley Visnaski from Canute 4-H. Her calf weighed 1,274. Nice division again. One less class, but very good all the way through. I tell you what, that calf that came out of the first class, that thing's a creature. That second place, like just bone and foot, and his back is huge.
There was 3 classes in the first division. There's 3 classes in this division.
Oh, I was thinking there was 4. Sorry.
And then there's 3 classes in the third division, and there's 3 classes in the fourth division. 12
So
classes.
12 crosses.
Yep.
These cattle, you can start to see, like maturity pattern-wise, are starting to get just a shot more dense, like in their skull and their foot and their bone work, and just.
That white steer's stout.
Yeah, he's very stout.
He's very, very stout.
We're getting a good look at this last class. That calf was pretty good. That won that last class. He's
Bob
good looking.
criticized him about behind his forerib, and
I didn't catch that, like needing to be more opened up behind his shoulder.
Yep. Thought his forerib.
Because like the base of his heart, like the way it fits into his
it's
sternum, it looks good. And the turn and sweep to his midrib looks good too. I tell you what is unique about that calf, and it's probably why his forerib's a pinch flatter. He's very true from the top of his blade to his foot. I mean, if you look at him, like his front structure is very good. At least standing there posture-wise. Calf's got a nice neck to pin ratio.
That white thing's a Mack truck.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna walk the class winner.
But you know, like with his power, it started to pull just a pinch on that middle steer's front shoulder and foot placement.
Just a
See
little
it?
bit,
Just a
yeah.
nickel. He still handles it fine in motion, but Black Calf motor's pretty good out of his rear end too. Any idea where the Black Calf came from? Probably not.
Don't know. Got a little Mark Cone here, right?
Well, the
Or is this
original
a
right?
cover?
No, this is a cover.
This is another cover.
But I applaud you for being able to store that in your memory
I
from
retained
yesterday.
that from
you
yesterday.
did retain that. That's kind of interesting. I'm not going to say I'm surprised, but shocked probably fits it. What do you like here?
I like Mighty Whitey.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Just side with the punch.
He got the large muscles.
I tell you, I like the skeleton quality of that steer in third division, third class. That calf, I mean, for his muscle and the way it's laid into
Got a
him,
little
he
tiny head
manages
there.
himself really well. All right. I'm betting on class 3. You're betting on class 2. Loser buys lunch.
Okay. What do we do if it's class 1?
Ooh. well, then we go to reserve, and if one of us ends up reserve, then
Yep, the first one out of those two.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree. So what we got here is another case where I'm going to be right. All right. Brock's got the mic
Here we go.
out. He's going to flip the switch.
Well, we got another very competitive division here in our Crossbred show, and we get this second division drive out here, and I think there's just a lot of quality to speak for. And calf that comes out of the first class is one we really liked for his completeness. He's really sound. You get him out and go. We love the way he travels. That one's just really, really balanced, gives you a good look from the side. And then that second place calf behind him is one we need to mention as well. Talk about one from the profile that really gets you going. That thing's got huge legs underneath of him. He's really cool fronted. We love his body. We love his build from the side. Then you come out of class 2 with a calf that we thought won that class pretty handily. There's one that gives you a good look from the side. He's got a ton of power to go along with it. I would call his movement adequate. I think there's times when he gets out and goes really well, and there's times when he gets excited and he gets just a little bit choppy in his stride. I think that's getting very, very picky on a really good animal out here. Really nice second place steer behind him as well. That's one that grew on us within that class, and he worked his way up the ranks. Again, that one falls out a little bit in terms of structure with us, and that's why he wound up second, but a really nice pair of steers. Then we come out of that third class with a calf that from the side, we just love this thing's design. Love the way his neck ties into his shoulder. He's good-bodied. He gets out and goes very, very well. He's got a lot of muscle, and he's got a really nice cover to him. That calf that comes in second to him is one that's really unique in his design, one that just gives up some power when you get in behind him, put your hands on him. He just needs some more red meat on the top side of his skeleton, or we maybe could have flopped that pair. We think these three are very high quality. We for sure have the one we want to use in our head. We're going to go get him and then put our heads together and get you a reserve and keep this thing going. But let's give these middleweight exhibitors a huge round of applause.
Congratulations to Camden Dorton with your Division II champion Crossbred Market steer out of Class 5.
as we finish up this sale order. Please remember, even though you may have one in the sale,
Class 5, congratulations to Mackenzie Laddick from Hennessy FFA, Division II Reserve Crossbred Market Steer.
Okay, here we go on the market steer side. Class 7, which would be the first class of Division 3. We've got Bailey Moore from Howell FFA. Calf weighs 1,300. Leighton Christensen from Blue Stem 4-H. Calf weighs 1,313. Chandler Baker from Central High FFA. Calf weighs 1,319. Wyatt McIntyre from Leedy FFA. Calf weighs 1,325. Addison Weinrich from Mustang FFA. Calf weighed 1,325. Savannah Warren from Cleveland County 4-H, 1,329. Carson Caldwell from Chickasha FFA. Calf weighed 1,330. Crystal Creel from Cashy FFA. Calf weighed 1,330. Kelsey Choate from Salisaw F4H. Calf weighed 1,330. Connor Lewis, Rolfe FFA, calf weighed 1,332. Tanner Vaughn from Chandler FFA, calf was 1,339. Ryder Covington from Silo FFA with his calf that weighed 1,339. So 39-pound range from first to, looks like there's about 10 in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. 12 head from 1,300 to 1,339, Corey, and the first class of Division 3. And we finally broke over 1,300 pounds and starting to probably get into what most people would call the sweet spot relative to weight.
1,300 to 1,330.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to pause it for just.
Yep.
You are hot. I'm off your hot. Turn and walk away. It's hard to see. Who is this? Who is this? No. Sing it.
Oh, Hootie and the Blowfish?
Hey, 2 for 2.
I'm rolling.
You're getting pretty good.
Yeah, I was talking to Mark Kopus there a little bit ago, and that's what I meant.
You were talking to Mark Kovas. I corrected you.
You
That's what I
corrected
did.
me, yeah. That's what I meant to say. And he sold that third out in the Division 2. Real good necked one. That calf you really liked. That you remember that one?
Mm-hmm. I do remember him.
Said he was hairy, very, very good haired 2 months ago, and started shelling out, and hair is on the downhill cycle. Said he was too hairy back in July and just never really shed it out till now. And, yeah, kind of fell into a bad hair cycle. Yeah, if he was a little hairier, it would have increased your chances of getting a free dinner.
Yeah.
What are we gonna eat today?
Whatever.
Do they got that barbecue truck out there? The brisket mac and cheese with a little
Sure
barbecue
they do.
sauce on it. Pretty good. Wonder what the story behind naming of the band Hootie and the Blowfish.
I don't know. Let's look it up.
What are we going to call ourselves? One of them's nickname was maybe Hootie. And they just happened to have a couple guys in the band that both of their names was Blowfish. Your AI have anything on that?
Says the Hootie and the Blowfish came from nicknames of two college friends, Darius Rucker, one of whom wore thick alg-like glasses named Hootie, and another one with puffy cheeks nicknamed Blowfish.
How about that?
There you
Hootie and the Blowfish.
Mm-hmm.
We're about to get into the heat of the battle here.
I mean, yes, I would agree with you. I think we're going to start to see things ratcheted up just a pinch because we're getting to a weight point at which the heat usually sits. But it's not like the last two divisions have been real simple to sneak through. I mean, the top end of both of those divisions was sure nice cattle.
Good.
Didn't you think?
Yep. Yep, very good.
You big Def Leppard fan?
Not really.
Let's see who sings this song. This class is probably a little bit different to put together, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Gonna have Ty Webster come up here, help us with the heavyweights. We got another microphone today? Did we get another headset? Officially? I can't hear.
Another class or two. Don't think so. You can go get it.
Oh. All right. She getting cough drops out again? She's hiding them.
Yep. That's what it looked like.
I don't know what direction they're going to do here.
Well, I think they got about 6 or 7 options, looks like to me.
Who's this? I have no idea.
You don't know this? This is like the most iconic music video of all time.
Journey?
Whitesnake.
Whitesnake.
You'd be bad at music trivia. That's
Yeah.
what we figured out.
Yeah. Yeah, I never. Now, you want to play a game of name that bull or name that grandsire or that famous sire?
Yeah.
I'll whip you.
Okay. Draft pick sire.
Nortex.
Really? That was fast. That's a lot faster than I thought you'd get it.
You might check that, but I think that's
You
right.
might. Who made whose sire?
Power plant.
Power plant sire.
Ooh. Cunha, maybe.
Yeah, I think that is right, actually. Cunha. Isn't that wild that who made who? Power plant, Cunha. I mean, you're only 2 generations from a
There's
full-blood
Bob.
main, ain't you?
He had a really nice steer to start this class. This thing is kind of a beast in terms of what's unique about this calf is he's muscled up to beat the band. He's got good flex to him. He can go really, really good. He's an ornery rascal, isn't he? And I credit you for telling us that he might kick us, and nobody got kicked, nobody got hurt, right? We're all the better for it. Good calf. Yeah, he's just a little mature. He's not deep from the top of his crest into his jawline. That's good. He's a little wider crested. I'm just talking what's there. But, man, he's big-footed. Love the hip in this calf. Love the top in this calf. We actually did get our hands on him. He's a big, wide loin. A lot of product coming out of the backside of his shoulder. Good behind his shoulders. Really appreciate him even more when he goes in motion, and the fact that we didn't get kicked. The young lady that comes in second, and we think it was decisive for him to win the class. We'll just say that right out of the gate. The calf, then it's a little more of a trade-off as we go through these next 4. This calf is phenotypically really nice, really extended out through his front, good enough on the backside of his shoulder. Doesn't have near the hip width, or pin placement of the steer that beats him in this class. But I think as we start from the ground up and evaluate him, I think he's a logical choice to go second. He motors around the ring better than 3 we're going to talk about right behind him. Just a really high-quality calf. Is he overpowering? He's not overpowering. We'd like to make him a little more massive in his overall muscle, but his reach is really good. Just a good high-quality meat and potatoes calf. This calf, when he come in the ring, I thought that's a pretty good old dude there, and he is a good calf. A little bit drier through his center body. He's a calf that off of both ends of his skeleton. We just got to give him a little more angle to that hock. His pastern length and softness seems to be pretty good. His feet seem pretty good. Just when we put him in motion, he wants to get up on those ankles a little bit. Love the bone work on this calf. Good calf. If you want to switch 2 and 3, I don't have any problem with that as far as the type of cattle they are, but just at the ground, I certainly like to give him better angles. This one tried to be really good, and he is good. Center body, he's as good as the steer that wins the class. He gets a little more mature up through his front 1/3, and I'd like to give him a little more true explosion. While I admire his center body, as I said, it's as good as the steer that wins the class. He gets a little rigid at the ground for no more muscle than he's moving around, and it's adequate, but just adequate in our opinion. We love his center body. Certainly would like to see him go in motion a little better. This steer here is a little more old school looking. We love his pattern, a little taller. He could win the class because he's taller, but we just got to give him more oomph, right down into his stifle, down into his lower 1/3. Good looking for sure. When he goes in motion, you'll be able to witness him as he goes to the scale. He gets a little tight in his hock and gets a little bit stiff at his ankles. I wish he had a little more comfort level at the ground off of both ends of his structure.
Good class to get us started here.
Year-round Class 8.
All right. Second class of Division III. Steers ranging in weight from 1340 to 1349. We're going to go. Oh, hey, there is 4 classes. I thought there was 3 in every division.
Whoa, Mr. Counter is wrong.
Yeah, there is 1, 2, 3. And there's actually 5 classes, the crossbreds. Some of them are smaller, but okay, so this is the second class of Division III crossbred steers.
Yep, be Class 8.
1340 to 1349. We got Jager Warman, Sealy 4-H, Kylie Whitley from Dixon FFA, Cayman Collins from Atoka 4-H, Clara Whitman from Calumet FFA, Cassie Kelly from Keys FFA, Nicolette Webster from Deer Creek Lamont FFA, Ladd Turner from Amber Pocasset FFA, Miley Cato from Savannah FFA, Rance Howard from Ringley FFA, Mackenzie Kirkhart from Elmore City Purnell FFA, and Clayton Williams from Frontier FFA.
Big class. Cattle look really good coming in.
Get steer your Class 7 placings. Congratulations to the class winner, Chandler Baker from Central High FFA, followed by Addison Weinrich from Mustang. Third, Carson Caldwell from Chickasha. Fourth, Connor Lewis from Roth. Fifth, Tanner Vaughn from Chandler. Sixth, Kelsey Schote from Salisaw. Seventh place, Leighton Christensen from Blue Stem 4-H. Eighth, Ryder Covington from Silo. Ninth, Savannah Warren from Cleveland. 10th, Krista Creel from Cash. 11th, Bailey Moore from Howe. We now have Class 8 of your crossbred market steers in the show ring, Class 8.
All right.
I think we're back rolling again.
See Terry Lockhart ringside there. I think he said he sold a couple crossbreds today. I think his
that's what he told us last
his
night.
family's done for the day showing.
Well, I think he said Kennedy had that key and tell some
They're
what?
wanting to hear some foreman stories. Bob May, we were talking this morning about Chad, and I feel like there's a lot of Chad Foreman stories that might start like this, but Bob starts telling this story about Denver. He said, hey, I think Chad embellished this just a little bit.
Yeah,
but
probably.
He said there was the calf that won Louisville. There was a picture going around yesterday of a steer that Bobby's nephew, John Gevlinger, John showed the steers that won Louisville, and Bob and Barry Nowatzki sold it. Well, anyway, the story, I said, where did that calf come from? What was the deal? Well, Chad and Nick took that steer to Denver, and he was in a pen. And Chad represented him to Bob, that he was wild, and he just wanted to be, perfectly clear that he was wild. And the way Chad told the story to Bob was, and Bob was part of it, but Chad told the story, and he said that he took Bob down to the steer. Bob liked the steer, and he said the agreement was the steer had to be in Bob's pen before he wrote him a check. So Foreman said him and Crick went to the bar because they knew it was going to hurt getting the steer there. And they come out of the bar after dark, and they led that steer, and he bucked and kicked, and they got him to Bob's pen, and then Bob wrote a check, and then he ended up winning Louisville. Oh, the calf was a full flush, Ty Webster said, that Dennis Pearson from Kansas would have raised.
Really?
Yep. One of my favorites was one year I was at the Georgia National Show, and it was me and Chad Foreman and Otterstead all kind of had some cattle down there we were fitting on and stuff, and we had one afternoon to kill, and we were just sitting around there, and Georgia, you probably know from being down there, the Georgia National Fairgrounds is a government or a state-ran facility. There's no alcohol allowed in the fairgrounds. And Foreman liked, at the time, and most of his life, liked alcohol. So Otterstead said, there's a rodeo. Let's just go to the rodeo. We had all afternoon to kill. The show was the next day, so we're like, well, just go to the rodeo. So we went up there, and there was this glass window with a round circle that you spoke through. And Foreman goes up there. He goes, 3 tickets, best seats in the house. And the lady's printing off our tickets, and I just made the comment. I said, Chad, we might ought to check, if they'd serve beer in there, And Chad said, it's a rodeo. What are you talking about? You cannot have a rodeo without cold beer. And so, but he finally gave in, and he goes up to that little circle, and he goes, ma'am, you do have cold beer in there. And the lady says, no, sir, this is a state-funded facility, no alcohol allowed on the premises. And I mean, Foreman, he walks away from the window, and he's pouting, and I was like, what? I was worried he was going to do something. He goes up to that little circle in that window. He says, ma'am, evidently you do not realize how this works. Drinking, fighting cowboys. Oh, me and Otterstead laughed. Yeah, there was a time when we were coming down here to Tishomingo to clip that Joe Ferris's sale that year. We stopped at a mud hole place where I'd get a few calves from, and this guy had this really good Hereford cow. And before I could price her, Foreman did, and I think he gave $2,000 for her. And by the end of that week, we got done clipping that sale. I had gave him like $3,000 for her. And much like all Chad Foreman stories, by the time 3 years went by, whenever he'd tell that story, he gave 5 for her, and I gave 20 for her. Everything always got a little bit bigger every time a story
Chad
was
wasn't the guy who you told a story about putting panels together.
The Cowboy Connector.
The Cowboy.
Yeah.
Was that Chad
No,
or somebody?
he was at that sale. Oh, that's another story.
Cowboy Connector.
Because at that sale, when we were putting those panels together, him and I were checking pastures. We were selling 3,200 cow-calf pairs at that sale, so there was a lot of baby calves. So every day, all we did was just check health on stuff, and we were doctoring calves, and we had these vet boxes on the front of the four-wheeler. And we pulled up to the barn after we were doctoring one day. He opens his vet box up. Well, some of them glass bottles had smashed together, and that was before we knew Mycotil was a lethal drug. And he put his finger in the liquid that was in the bottom of the deal.
He told us because he thought he could tell if it was LA 200 or not because the way it tasted.
I seen him do it. He took his finger to his nose and thought he was going to smell the drug and realized, hey, that smells like New Floor. You know what I mean? But in the process, he got a drop of Mycotil on his lip, and it made his lip swell up. Well, anyway, we got driving down the road on the four-wheelers, and he just fell off his four-wheeler and just rolled into the ditch. So I piled him into a pickup, and we went to the emergency room. And on the way there, I thought we were going to lose him that day. His breathing was sporadic, and his heart was racing. And they got him there and gave him a bunch of charcoal and got him cooled down. But, yeah, that was.
What did he tell the nurse, ma'am?
No, he told me on the way there, he was like hyperventilating. He said, am I acting weird? I'm not trying to act weird. Yeah, I thought we were going to lose Chad that day, honestly. Parker Henley just texted me, this is fixing to get good, with the big eyes emoji.
It's probably the crosses we were hearing about that were coming. White steer's nice in front of us, ain't he?
Yeah, he is.
It's a good calf.
Is that some flicks of like orange, or is that some rub spots in there?
I think it's a couple rub spots, but it dang sure doesn't detract from the quality of that calf.
You get his back number? I wonder who that is.
Again, let's put our hands together and congratulate these.
Boy, he is a stout rascal.
Yeah, and he takes his power and handles it really good through his shoulder. Gray calf's nice, too. That's right in front of us. Honestly, that whole string of calves looks really good all the way through. Little differences, but...
Well, that's a long neck silver one that rounds out the deal there.
Mm-hmm. This is a little better vibe to move quicker, you know it?
What?
This song's a little better vibe to kind of like get you. What's that? No, I'll have to think about it. It's a nice set of steers, honestly, all the way from top to bottom. And they're still whittling already, but, I mean, like that calf that he just pulled, I mean, that calf, you can see from here, his back's big and square.
Mm-hmm. It's a stout black calf coming here, the girl in the green.
It's Clara Whitman from Wilmette FFA. $766. Be Lad Turner from Amber Pocasset, and he didn't have a back tag on this front, did he? The last one?
I don't think so. Who you got here? 500, 946.
Let's call.
This is class 8. Is that what we said? 8?
Yeah, 8.
Yep.
4 to go after this one.
Yep. The next 2 are gonna get hairy. Got her down to 5.
Thanks. You know, I will commend these guys. Like, I think it's important to understand, like, where they were. We talked about it yesterday, like this late in the spring haircut and trying to manage that. Like, they've done a pretty good job of taking that out of the bias, and certainly mentioning it when it comes up. But I mean, doing a very, you know, an unbiased job of haircut on the cattle.
If you got a
yeah.
better calf that's, that's rubbed some hair.
Right, like that white steer they just moved to the front. Like, I think, you know, fundamentally that calf is really, really good. His hair is maybe just a nickel off in some spots, but, I mean, it does not detract from that calf's quality and his power to structure.
I wonder if they put these steers automatically in the cooler every day, no matter if it's.
You know, when I was down here earlier in the spring, well, I guess I was down here 3 weeks ago, and ran through some different places, and you know, like it was nice and overcast and 70, and them cattle were out. Yeah.
I didn't know if they had to watch, you know, sunlight if they were.
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess it was maybe a little colder than 70, but I mean, it was certainly like overcast, a little rainy, and probably a lot like we do up north.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, Fort Worth, they don't put them up a lot.
So I just got a text. The white one is a full sib to Grant Turner's, Lad Turner's, like what would be his boy, that was reserved a couple years ago. What was that, 3 years ago now?
Oh, that was the John Nelson deal?
Well, I don't know if John raised that calf or Grant raised that calf. I think they own that cow together.
They own the cow together, yeah. I remember that calf very well. He looked a lot like that.
Here we go.
That's the steers here to keep the crossbreds going, and man, the quality just keeps coming and the depth as well. I think I can speak for Dad when I say we're very impressed with the depth of these classes that just keep coming ever since the first class of the day. That being said, I think there's some sort up here on these top 2. I don't know that one just definitively wins, but I think this white one that starts the class off with, the reason he rises to the top is not only is he just a more market-ready type of calf, as he's just better through his forerib and through his flank, but man, when you set these things into motion, he handles the mass and the power that he has so very well. You get in on top of this thing, and there is a ton of red meat from the top of his blades all the way back to his pins. He carries down to an excellent base width. Sure, we'd like to tweak a few things cosmetically. I would like to change his front end up and just make him a little more youthful and extended, maybe just clean up his throat latch down into his chest. and bring him down into his tail head ever so slightly. But I think that's getting very picky on a very, very good animal that gets out and goes very well for the power that he has. Next, we got the show steer, and I think a lot of this calf, when he hit the ring, I think we thought that was the one we were going to use. And as the class goes on, you study this calf. He's a little drier back through his flank. He's a little straighter through his rear, too. When you set him into motion, we just like to see him step down on a softer heel and just get out and go a little freer. When you put your hands on this one, I will say, notably, that thing is incredible to the touch. We love his muscle. We love his cover. That's a very good animal. Just need to tweak a few things about that one to run with the calf that wins the class. He's definitely our kind. He's definitely high quality. Next, we had some sort in the three that come after him. And this steer that comes next is one that we kind of moved up the ranks. When you get this one parked and you get off to the side, you could paint a picture of a show steer, and that would be him. He's excellent through his front 1/3. He's really good bodied. He's really good looking. You set him into motion, we like the way he goes. He's not the stoutest rip in class, but we think he's got enough. That's the reason we slid him up into that hole. We would like to see him a little deeper and softer through that center portion. Just see him a little more fat steer looking. I think he's got a little bit of a prospect look to him. Next, we got a calf here that comes next, and he's just meat and potatoes, as Dad and I called it. This is just a really good functional, practical type of calf. He's got a ton of body. He's got a ton of muscle. Just as you can see, a little plainer to the look from the side. We'd like to cosmetically clean him up there from his throat down into his chest and just see him tie everything together a little better. He's a little broken there and through his forerib and cuts up into his flank a little, but that's a calf with a lot of product and a lot of good to him as well. Then we round off this top 5 with this gold calf, and this is one that also has a lot of red meat on the top side of his skeleton. The reason we dropped him down into 5th behind this calf is when you set him into motion, we don't like the way he goes as good as the calf in front of him. He's a little straighter off both ends. If we can set him back into his knee and see his hock move a little better, then we probably slide him up a spot, but that's the reason we left him down into 5th. Really impressive class.
Congratulations to your Class 8 Crossbred Market Steer. Your winner, Ladd Turner from the Amber Pocasset FFA. Second place, Clara Whitman from Calumet. Third, Rance Howard from Ringling. Fourth, Cayman Collins from Atoka. Fifth, Clayton Williams from Frontier. Sixth, Jagger Warman from Sealing. Seventh, Mackenzie Kirkhart from Elmore City. Eighth place, Cassie Kelly from Keys FFA. Ninth, Miley Cato from Savannah. 10th, Kylie Whitley from Dixon FFA. 11, Nicolette Webster from Deer Creek, Lamont. We'll now have Class 9 Crossbred Market Steers.
All right, Corey, Class 9, 1350 to 1380 coming in. Tin head. Leading off, Peyton Cohen from Hennessy FFA. Sierra Collins from Frederick FFA. Trip Lewis, Davis 4-H. Kaylin Kokajon, Drummond FFA. Taylor Glover, Elgin FFA. Luke White, Guthrie FFA. Denver McKay, Mulhall, Orlando FFA. Jackson Davis, Laverne FFA. Kiera Himmerlin, McAllister FFA. Montana Brackett, Woodland FFA. I'd say it's going to take a minute.
Yes, good.
Mom's thinking.
Say the insight was correct. This class is where we're going to make their head hurt a little bit.
At least to start. You know, when you're standing there and you're watching them calves come in, and I tried to, this class in particular, I looked up every time I said a name to see. I mean, first initial sort, you're pretty much knocked back on your heels just a minute.
Bamboozled.
Yep.
What did Bob say yesterday? Brock, is conundrum a word?
I had to ask Brock if conundrum was a word, because
Yep.
this is what we got here is a conundrum.
Yep. It's pretty good use of it, really.
Yeah. Very effective use of the word. Yeah. I don't know what year that was then.
Yeah, it was,
I think, though, that
told
same
you
year.
what year
I
it
think,
was.
yeah. What year
know
was it? It was the year that Jack judged?
It was the year that Jack judged. He was reserved behind.
Oh, he was a reserve behind the steer.
The black and white.
He was a 606.
Yes.
Because a full sib brother to him won
yes.
Fort Worth too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Because, they didn't, a lot of people didn't know that family that had reserved that year, and he was reserved crossbred behind that here I am 606. Actually won the heavyweights that year.
Yeah.
Glover steer still sure looks good. Did we hear what that calf was?
No, we didn't. Where'd that calf come from?
I would imagine Blaine Rogers.
Class, and I think a top pair for Colby and I pretty quickly in terms of just putting the pieces together in quality sheep, and a nice pair to kind of look through and describe. Not only the sheep we start with, and that guy is just so fresh, and you really like him when you get on top of him in terms of his mass and his bigness of rib cage. He's a sheep that's beautiful.
Glovers is from Horn.
Just when he gets his top line together, really like the look.
Oh, I knew that gateway deal. Benish had something to do with that calf. Benish actually texted me yesterday about that.
He's a how great thou art.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Benish raised it?
I mean, Benish asked me or told me that it came from him. I don't know if he raised him or not.
Then Trip Lewis, and then who's in between those two? Yeah, Blaine Rogers and Horn sold him. The Glover steer is champion prospect at the Oklahoma State Fair.
Hey, there you go.
From third to 10th, there's a lot of things he could do. The sheep worked his way up. I think just compositionally, he deserves to be there. He's big hipped, he's wide pinned, he's
Yep.
muscular, he's a very terminal machine.
Blaine's been known to like the MLC.
Fixing a little bit in his one hip hookup, but I think he's on his muscle shape. His composition gets him there for us. The sheep that comes in fourth is maybe just a little more attractive in terms of his tongue line. He's a little better right over his one edge, just like the sheep to see a shot more muscularity. In him, he has just a little more balance, a little more cleanliness in his chest, a little more extension than the sheep that comes fifth. This guy's super stout. We like his body shape. We like his rib dimension. You just need to fancy him up a little bit. You need to make him a little bit firmer to the touch, make him a leader. But he's got plenty of power. He's got the right kind of body shape. Just maybe a little past where he needs to be from a condition standpoint. Congratulations to those young people. Very competitive class today.
You're going to block people behind you if you do that.
I know. There's not many people right behind us.
And the results of our class number 7. First, Sadie Allen from Canoe. Second, Harper Minor, Caney Valley. Third, Kinley Hickman from Walters. Fourth, Kay Charmison from Hennessy. In fifth, Amalia Barton from Union City. Sixth, Madison Wynn from Moore. Our seventh place, Tegan Ford from Union City. Eighth, Mariah Hensby from
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
is Tegan Owen from Union City. And 10th is Clayton Crow from Chandler. Ready now for 8th class.
It's going to be a replay of the Scimitars
Yeah.
last night.
But I think what I would say relative to this, these cattle are very much more similar in their image than the Scimitars were.
Yeah, yeah.
In the Scimitars, there was like different sizes, different makes, models. These cattle that are going to end up in the top 4 or 5 that they got to sort through, they're going to be very much painted in a similar image all the way through. There's going to be little nuances that kind of sort them relative to your preference.
Wow. And where are we at weight-wise here?
Well, this would be 1355 to 1370.
Yeah.
So you got, I think there's one more class after this before the division drive.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Boy, that's 3 good black steers. And then you get this yellow one. He's a different color. Boy, that's unbelievable.
What do they call it? Horse by different color.
Mm-hmm. And that calf gets set up. Denver gets him set up.
That calf's good.
I mean, he is very good.
Let's see. So is that Coca John that's behind 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth one, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Kalen Coca-John.
I think if you're in this class, you probably brought one to town that you were thinking, we're going to load a banner.
Yep. Yep, we're going to get in a limousine and we're going to take home a big trophy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right. Denver is a real relaxed showman, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of watching him out there.
Pretty chill kid.
He's pretty chill, yeah.
Yeah. Wonder if he's like his dad. Brian is super chill until he's not super chill.
Until he's not super chill. He is very chill until he is no longer
until he
chill.
is no longer chill, and then it's on like Donkey Kong. Mm-hmm. They're starting to draw up for the heat of the crossbreds here. Seems like this is the biggest crowd we've seen in the last 2 days. We gonna bet some supper on this?
Nope.
You're done. Hey, she can make you a little white flag out of this napkin.
Don't want to make anybody mad.
We don't have to tell him which one you're betting on. We just write it down on a piece of paper, put it in the center of the table. I like my odds. Hey, Plamp said to bet you Heath Blizzard. You'll do it. I'll take a root beer freeze Dairy Queen in Concordia on the way home. I'll bet you they end up walking these 5 again.
Write them down in order.
Okay.
1 to 5.
Okay. Take a piece of paper.
Yep. I've got it. I just sent it in a text message to somebody. So closest one wins.
Okay. I'll send it to you.
No, you don't have to send it to me. You just write it down on a piece of paper. You get a point for each calf that's in the right place.
God dang it. Well, I'm not going to do worth a hoot then. We need to put cuts on it and do a 5-head class.
You can't do that. It'd be too damn hard.
It'd be complex. It'd be like some type of advanced chess or something. What did you have? I screwed the middle up. What did you do?
I did this. That's how I liked them.
Well, you got one.
I got a.
You got one.
Yeah.
All right, well, I beat
We're not done yet, dude.
I beat you. I'm going to beat you again.
Yeah, you'll probably
And
get
I
me.
didn't even do good. I mean, I didn't even do as good as I wanted to do. Well, it's been a rough week for you this week.
Well,
Foot races.
I'm probably judging them.
Foot races. What did I win dinner on today? What's got to happen for you to win this deal? What pair needs switched? You need a McKay Glover
Not gonna matter.
switch.
You were here for the Simmental drive last night, and it's been redundant a little bit in that we've talked about it already today, but as Brock and I stated it last night, that was as good a class of steers that we'd seen in the ring maybe ever. And then you bring this class in, and it's ditto yesterday in terms of just a high quality. There's several ways you can sort this group of cattle. The steer that just so ties it together good for us is this black steer that's going to win this class. Love his body length. Is he extremely long? No. Is he short? No, he's not short either. He's a show steer deluxe. Love him through his center body. Love his angles. Extends nice up through his front. Love the way the neck comes out of the top of the shoulder on this calf. Just a really practical cattle, like his flex to his back knee, like the way he sets back in that front knee. Good-footed cattle. Just a really nice steer. This gold steer, this is the smoothest handling steer in the class, to be sure. I mean, this thing is like glass. Good from hooks to pins. It doesn't make him a better or worse steer. He's lost quite a bit of hair right in his forerib. But I love that. I mean, that thing, he's got a neck as long as a well rope, really nice headed, good in his shoulder. He doesn't look as nice in his shoulder because he's lost a little hair. No fault of anyone's. I mean, it's that time of year. I can't believe the hair's as good on these cattle as it is. It's been warm in our country up north. I can imagine how much of a fight it's been down here. He's a steer that's really, I think that something that even accentuates it, he's so good in his barrel. His barrel, he's got roundness of his barrel, nice depth. And with that being said, it even cuts into his forerib just ever so slightly. Man, oh man, I love the hip on this calf. His angles are really good. He probably doesn't reach his stride quite as perfectly as the steer that wins the class, but man, that's a powerful rascal there. The calf that comes third in this class, when they come in, they're like, holy moly. And that is a good dude right there. He's a little bit rougher in his condition. He's a little, maybe I should say, and maybe this is a little more extreme than I should, a little staler to the touch as I compare him to the two that go out above him. But man, oh man, that's a really good calf. I asked Brock, I said, you know, he reaches his stride really good. He kind of throws his hock out a little bit when he goes in motion, but maybe it shouldn't even be mentioned. I mean, he's that good. He's just, as I compare him to 1 and 2, or Brock and I compare him to 1 and 2, as much as we love this calf, we think maybe he's just a little staler to the touch, and maybe he throws that hock just a little more when he goes in motion. This calf here, and we'll talk these again each other, I'd like to freshen him up in his front 1/3. But he's the one that rivals the second place steer as far as when you get your hands on him. He's smooth as glass also. He's a steer that she says would kick you if he got the opportunity, but he never did, so God bless him for that. Love him through his center body. I would like to tidy him up from the top of his crest down into his jawline, pick him up, and we're getting up in the weights now where we can expect a little more of that in these finished cattle. But as I compare him to an incredibly wicked good class of steers, that's probably where I'd change him. Muscle cattle in the class, the 5th place steer is the muscle cattle in the class, and it restricts his movement a little bit. This calf's top just absolutely bellers at you when he goes. I mean, you can see a big old loin in this calf. He's real big behind his shoulders. When you get coming out of the back of his shoulders, really good out in his hip. It restricts his movement a little. You can see the muscle screaming in his top, and we're appreciative of that. I think he's so muscular up high and probably sets just a nickel straight on those front 2. But, you know, when you walk in this ring or come and grab a seat to watch this class and see this, a 5th place steer that looks like that, that's a really good calf. We had so much depth and so much power to compare to in this class.
Congratulations to your Class 9 Crossbred Market Steer exhibitors. Your class winner, Trip Lewis from Davis 4-H, followed by Denver McKay from Mulhall, Orlando. 3rd, Taylor Glover from Elgin. 4th, Sierra Collins from Frederick FFA. 5th, Kaylin Kokajon from Drummond FFA. 6th place, Montana Brackett from Woodland. 7th, Peyton Cohen from Hennessy. 8th, Jackson Davis from Laverne. 9th, Luke White from Guthrie FFA. And 10th, Kiera Hemmerly from McAllister will bring in Class 10 Crossbred Market Steers.
Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
Class 10. Here we go. 1384 to 1399. Corey Robson from Bristol 4-H. J.C. Rotan from Choctaw County 4-H. Madeline Norvell from Amber Pocasset FFA. Maddie Willis from Marietta FFA. Caden Brockreed from Frederick FFA. Ryan McQuay from Oaktahaw FFA. Grady Carter from Stratford FFA. Madison Shout from Canadian County 4-H. Emery Cowley from Morrison FFA. And Kiera Cummins from Hollis FFA. And it looks like, from my view, we've got another very stout class.
Mm-hmm. That Grady Carter's, he's his dad's boy.
What did you
Looked up here and winked.
Dang, gum, you all right?
All right. All right. Did you read these yet, Josh?
Yeah, I did.
We're class 10? Is that right? Yeah, 10. All right. We are Corey Robson, Bristow 4-H. J.C. Rutan from Choctaw County 4-H. Madeline Norvell from Amber Pocasset FFA. Maddie Willis from Marietta FFA. Caden Brockreedy from Frederick FFA. Rylan McQuain from Oktaka FFA. Grady Carter from Stratford FFA. Miles Madison Shout. I seen the name Shout and wanted to say Miles. Madison Shout from Canadian County 4-H. Emery Cowley from Morrison FFA. Kara Cummins from Hollis FFA. Miles stopped by here a little bit ago. You know, he showed forehead yesterday and never really seemed too nervous. Today, that is not the case. I think this is his daughter's last run at this arena. Well, it's everybody's last run at this arena.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is the end.
Yeah.
The end is near.
It's his last go, daughter's last go. Yeah. All right, they got through them. So that Novell steer, what's he weighing?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'll have to look back down. 1397.
Oh, this is the last class of Division 3.
Yeah, this is the
Yep,
final
then we're
class
going to
of Division.
start. Yep. Okay. 13. Boy, it's amazing. That calf is like
He's husky.
for a
And dense.
1,397 pounder. He looks quite a little heavier. Than
Carded
that.
weight.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, he's still got to walk across that
Yeah,
scale.
that's right.
at-
He's
at
managed perfectly. Like
1450.
his field
Yeah.
stuff looks awesome. He's just, I mean, that calf's just got a pile of density to him.
Wonder if that thing's an in-god or a. His color would indicate.
Here
he's
I
an
am.
in-god, but I wonder if he's not a. He's got a different build to him than some in-gods.
His muscle shape is laid on him differently from the standpoint of an in-god, in my opinion, I guess.
I don't know.
Not saying he couldn't be an in-god, but, I mean, his muscle
Yeah.
system looks
He
longer
probably
time.
is, but he just looks like he could be a How Great or Here I Am or just something different. His neck comes out of his shoulders good for an in-god.
Big forearm and feature, really good in his underline balance. I think, you start to dig in on that sheep compositionally, the elite street to three-quarter, he's not honest enough in terms of just the boldness.
This shout calf coming around, he's a stout, burly one.
Big enough in terms of his loin, stout, square enough in terms of his wing set. The sheep you have to absolutely love from the side. Sheep is third.
And what did Miles say last night? What was he? Where was he from?
Similar to our class winner, that's a sheep that's big outline, good in his underline, lean and just
I think he was from Bonham.
He was. Yeah, he was from Steve.
collapsed in terms of his forehead. He really kind of just stays in funnels and leads you. You could bulk that guy up. I think his trimness is just elevation and look we really, really appreciate. Kind of a different speed sheep that we have coming in.
Boy, his back is sure nice and smooth and wide.
Especially with a ton of mass up high. I think the degree of finish not only detracts from his handling quality, probably does from his balance when he gets set in motion as well. A hard back, shapely kind of sheep here that wraps a lot of side leg. I think he's fallen shoulder and elevated up front. We set that one into motion though. Just breaks into too many pieces. Not just quite coordinated and direct enough in terms of the top line and how he handles himself. And also set a sheep for a top five. A good class top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
It'll be interesting what they do here.
And the results out of class number 8 over here, the sheep side. First is Clay Randall from Canute. Second, Matthew Dutton from Lindsay. Third, Jason Jones from Hulk Valley. In fourth, Madison Wood from Keys. Fifth, Emerson Bell from Cashin. Sixth place, Colton Burns, Dover. Seventh, Mark Draper from Chandler. Eighth place, Adam Anderson, Greenwood. In ninth is Reese Jackson from Keys. In 10th place, Clancy Broom from Dover.
All right, we're gonna walk these five. Yep.
Yeah. And again, I mean, plenty to look at.
I think this is going to be interesting because, like that last class, there were some differences, but they were very minute. This deal here, there's some more big picture items kind of pop out.
Yeah. I tell you, 1 and 2 don't look too shabby.
No.
I mean, you better have.
I mean, both of them
Pretty
are
big,
wide built and sound.
Yeah.
And
Probably little minute differences.
Up over here in the Crossbred show. Not that it wasn't already tough, but we got a pair of steers here on the top side of this class that are extremely impressive. And I think the silver one maybe wins this class pretty handily, even though the calf behind him is incredibly impressive. And they're both going to be competitive when we bring them out here. This silver one's a unique beast. When you view him from the side, he's extremely youthful. He's extremely extended through that front third. Love the way his chest sits into him. When you study him from the side, he's huge-footed. He's huge-legged. He's good in through his forerib back into his flank. Then you get in behind him. Calf's got a lot of power. I'm not saying he's overwhelming, but he's got more than enough to be certain. Put your hands on him. He's got an excellent degree of cover. We love that calf. That's a great place to start. Then you come in second place here with a steer that within his own right is absolutely incredible as well. We love this one's balance from the side. He's extremely powerful. He gets out and goes very well. He gets edged out there for first place just off that front 1/3. If we could neaten him up from his crest down into his jaw, maybe tidy up his chest to match that calf, then things get very interesting because that one is explosive in his top all the way back to his pins, and he carries it down to a nice base width. Really nice place to come second here, and I'll be interested to bring that pair back out as we get down the road. Then we got a third place steer that's very impressive in his own right. He's very good looking from the profile. We like that about him. We would like to see him a little deeper and softer through his center portion and maybe just see him a little more powerful from the ground up all the way into his back, into his stifle. Then you got the orange calf that comes next, and here's a calf that does have plenty of power. He's just a little straight off both ends. We need to just knock him back into his knee a little and see him step with a little softer hock, but that's a pretty good animal, and with that being said, he does get out and travel a little better than this black steer that comes fifth. Boy, when you park this one, you wonder, why is this calf in fifth place? He's extremely cool fronted. He's good through his forerib and flank. Man, when he's parked, his angles read really true. When you set him into motion, he gets pretty choppy off them rear too. It probably has something to do with just how impressive and massive he is in the middle of his back, and it might be just a little too much for him to handle. That's an impressive steer to come in fifth place here. Impressive class of steers.
Your Class 10 of your Crossbred Market Steers. Congratulations to your class winner, Madeline Norvell from Ambro-Pocasset FFA, followed by Madison Shout from Canadian County. Third, Kara Cummins from Hollis. Your fourth place, Grady Carter from Stratford. Fifth, Emery Calley from Morrison. Sixth, Maddie Willis from Marietta. Seventh, J.C. Roughton from Choctaw County 4-H. Eighth, Caden Brockry from Frederick. Your ninth place, Riley McKay from Oaktahaw. 10, Corey Robson from Bristow. Will now show for your Division 3 champion, reserve champion, Crossbred Market Steer, Division 3.
All right, here we go. So, first class of that division, Chandler Baker from Central High FFA, calf weighed 1319. And then we got Ladd Turner from Amber Pocasset, that calf weighed 1347. And then Trip Lewis from Davis 4-H, his calf weighed 1335. And then Madeline Norvell from Class 10. Her calf, she's from Amber Pocasset too, and her calf weight, 1397.
Okay.
I'm going to step down here for just a second because I want to get a good profile.
The lucky task of picking this division, and we trade off every other time, and I got the luck of the draw on this drive, and boy, what an honor it is to be able to talk this set of cattle, knowing we still got one division to go, and just a replay of last year, you know, as good as we thought the breeds were, and they were, and we saw some power yesterday that we know are still in the hunt in this deal, but man, oh man, the heat has just stayed turned up. I'm not saying it's turned up higher. I'm saying it's warm in here in terms of the degree of the quality of cattle. We can talk all of these cattle. The seconds are really good in all of these. This is a really, really good steer here. Is he quite as tight in his front? you know, from his crest down to his jawline, no, but what's so impressionable about him is he's got so much mass and power, and I remember him in class, how he could just move it around the ring. A lot of times when you give up that mass and power, sometimes those cattle don't even move quite as good, and to me that's never acceptable. That calf, you're not showing him very good for me. I want you to set him up. Pull him ahead and set him up. Thank you. This is a really good white steer. You know, he don't have the bells and whistles maybe of cattle on either side of him. Sits up in his tail head just a little. Front knee sits back, and man, that thing is so big through his middle body. He's long and extended up through his front. His chest sits nice in him. It sits a little forward, but he isn't deep chested. And then he's a big-footed cattle that can go in motion, very, very dense. The calf that comes out of the next class, just easy on the eyes to be sure. He's a steer that Brock and I really like, and we love the gold steer that stood behind him. That was a really close placing for us. Really like the freshness of this steer. The question mark for us on this steer is, and we haven't decided, I swear we haven't decided yet, you can't go wrong on looking at that steer or the gold steer that stands behind him. Is he mature enough? And we think he is, but we're going to take another discussion about this. And then I guess I'd call him silver/mouse-colored steer that comes out. If I could rephrase, I don't think any judge owns a single word in the vocabulary. I stood right in this ring during Congress and heard Jason Hoffman use the term authority. And I think that would be a good term to just peg to this steer in terms of he's a show steer with a lot of authority. He's very square on all four corners, got huge feet. I mean, he's got feet like a 7-foot basketball player. I'd assume. I've never seen their feet, but I'll bet they got big feet. This one's got really big feet, and they're really made good. He's really soft pastured, he flexes good. But that's a show steer with an incredible amount of power. He just screams muscle when he goes. Beautiful through his center body, still fresh from the top of his crest down into his jawline. He's got a manly looking head on him. I mean, he's not bully looking, but he's certainly got some power in his skull, and everything behind it is power, screams power. And he's a show steer to boot. The steer that stood second in class to him is a steer we liked very well. Probably not quite as elite from the top of his crest down into his jawline. So it tends to make us think that the calf maybe isn't quite as fresh, but he is mature. That's a really, really good calf. He's sound in his structure, really good through his body. His underline matches perfectly with the bottom part of his chest. Just a really, really good calf. I'm going to request through Brock that we walk these one more time. I mean, I think when you get a division like this, you know, you get thinking, well, we need to keep this moving to keep it expedient. But I'm going to say that when they're this good, we owe it to these kids. Let's give these first placers one more round.
Congratulations to your Division III champion, Crossbred Market Steer, Madeline Norvell from Class 10. And your reserve, Division 3, Crossbred Market Steer, Trip Lewis, out of Class 9.
If Brenna Marina from Jennings is in the building, we have something at the announcer stand that I know you'd like to have back. Brenna Marina from Jennings, Oklahoma. Actually, it's Brenna Bass. Brenna Bass from Jennings. We have something here that you'd like to have.
11, Crossbred Market Steers.
Really an interesting class to sort through.
Okay, awesome division that we just finished up, and Class 11 in the ring. Landry Fuss, first in, calf weight 1407. Carson Caldwell from Chickasha, Oklahoma, or Chickasha FFA, 1410. Lad Turner, Amber Pocasset, calf weight 1412. Tate Bell from Bristol FFA, calf weight 1419. Christ Richard, Newcastle FFA at 1419. Miley Cato from Savannah FFA at 1420. Gus Goodson, Tecumseh 4-H at 1420. Dylan Denton from Coweta FFA 1425. Hunter Durham, Noble FFA at 1425. Liberty Lester, Sentinel 4-H at 1428. And Boston Chickasha FFA at 1429. Calf ranges from 1407 to 1429 in the first class of the heavies.
Nice class as we whip into the heavy division of the crossbred steers here. And Brock and I talked a minute ago, you know, typically, and we didn't come looking for a certain color, but typically I'm not as wild about straight white cattle, and we've used a lot of them in the last 2 days, and typically because there've been a lot of show cattle in front of us that have a lot of product under the hide, and then the running gear underneath them is so good. This is a really good calf. I think you really got to get on them things to appreciate them, because just that straight white color, and he tried to be a little bit yellow, I guess, but with that being said, the cattle that we've seen that we've put up had so much product to them, and it was pretty consistent in that. This class is no exception. Big feet, nice extension, smooth as glass. I mean, that calf handles as good as one could handle, as does the one in second. We think his shape out in his hip down into his stifle is a little truer. It's a close call, though, as far as you viewing them from the sideline. If you want to switch that pair, I completely understand. For us, we never had any discussion, though. The length of pasture and the reach of his stride, overall show steer look, and still loaded with red meat. I love the color of this steer. Very well shown, just a really good package. He's a steer that I think as I view him from this front three-quarter angle, I don't think there's quite as much cow from hooks to pins. I think he narrows in his pins just ever so slightly. Is it too much? No, because he's standing in the second hole. But I think as I compare him to the white steer that wins this class, I think that's the differential in him. He's very bold through his center body, good shape to his rib, good behind his shoulder. Awesome, awesome pair of steers. We have a little trouble reading this black steer that goes in third. He's a steer that we like his body type. He fights that nose ring. I think he gets up in his spine a little bit when he goes in motion. You could say, well, he don't do it at home when he's out in the lot. Well, I don't get to see him at home out in the lot. And I think he's fighting that nose ring enough, but I don't know if it's skeletal or if it's from that nose ring. So with that being said, we're going to leave him in this third place spot. Love him through his center body. He's a steer that's just a little bit tighter in his pins, maybe not as robust from hooks to pins as 1 and 2 in this class, but a really nice steer. Wish he went in motion better in his top. Perhaps it's because seen several out here with nose rings, and the ones that fight that a little bit, it's a little bit hard to read them, to be quite honest. This is the profiler, a little bit old school looking one maybe, but man, you talk about a profile. Look at that chest floor, look at that extension up front. Man, when them ears go forward, he's so easy to look at. He's a steer, especially when they were side profile. I was like, his angles off both ends, I wish they were a little different, but man, he's got all the look in the world. We got to soften him up in his rib shape if we're going to go. We got to do 2 things. We got to soften him up in his rib shape, and then when you watch him go to the scale, we need to flex him in that hock better. He just gets a little bit choppy because he's constructed just a little straight, in our opinion. This is a really good steer here also. You can go ahead and start leading your steer out, young man. He gets a little staler in his front 1/3 compared to 1, 2, 3, and 4 in this class. You know, he is pretty good in his body, pretty good in his barrel, tucks up in his flank just ever so slightly. You could say, well, he goes better than the steer right ahead of him. I would give you that. I don't think he balances up quite as good. That's a little bit of a trade-off on 3, 4, and 5 in this class the way we see him.
Your Class 11 Crossbred Market Steers. Congratulations to your class winner, Ladd Turner from Amber Pocasset FFA, followed by Liberty Lester from Sentinel. Third, Landry Fuss from Yale. Fourth place, Crease Richer from Newcastle. Fifth, Boston Shank from Chickasha. Sixth, Carson Caldwell from Chickasha. Seventh place, Gus Goodson from Tecumseh. 8th place, Dylan Denton, Coweta. 9th, Hunter Durham from Noble. We now have Class 12. Class 12, Crossbred Market Steers.
Okay, Class 12, Case Conley from Murray County 4-H, weighing 1430. Weston Simpson from Drummond FFA at 1430. Jaden Malone, Cashin 4-H, 1434. Leo Inlow, Sapulpa FFA at 1435. Alex McCracken, Boys Ranch Town 4-H at 1440. Cayman Collins, Atoka at 4-H at 1443. Easton Willoughby, Bing FFA at 1448. 1448. Berkeley Stevens, Okarchi F4H at 1449. Abigail Jones at Altus FFA at 1449. Kara Cummins at Hollis FFA at 1449. Second class of heavies ranging from 1430 to 1449. Tight spread. Little pinch bigger.
See, Nolan, not Nolan, Nolan Fleshner.
Mm-hmm.
Ringside there, legend in the steer industry. He's got a blocking chute in his backyard there on the southeast corner of Stillwater at his acreage there.
Mm-hmm.
That he fit the champion steer in Chicago in. I got a picture of it on my phone someplace. He fit the champion steer into Chicago in like 1970 something.
Really?
Little block and shoot, about 6 feet long. If you went to put one of these buggers nowadays in there,
it wouldn't work. Nope. You know, let's just talk about judging for a second here. Come out of the middles, or come out of the third division of crosses, right?
Yep.
And find yourself with 4 classes to go. And I think if you're watching ringside, like you thought that division was, I mean, some could make a case, obviously, that that division in particular was maybe the toughest to this point.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not taking away from, I thought the breed steers were incredible yesterday. We both talked about that. And I think there are individuals all the way through the show that have the same kind of quality. But, you know, like, not saying that these guys aren't pumped up to be here, but, I mean, you got to kind of recircle for a second, kind of reset yourself, clear your mind, and start judging again, because we're far from being done with the show.
Yep.
And we're not out of range weight-wise right now. I mean, we're in 1430s. It's not like we're way out of bounds in terms of acceptability from a terminal perspective.
The champion steer came out of this class, I believe, 2 years ago.
Really?
Well, the Yoakum steer that year.
So you get to this point, and you're thinking, like, well, man, we might have just seen the heat, and then you come back in here, and this class, I mean, the calf that wins the last class, hey, that was way high-quality livestock.
Yep.
He was opened up. He was powerful. He was sound. His balance and organization was good. You turn around and come into this deal. That calf, by the way, we talked about, he was a Holy Ghost BDR. Was that calf that won the last class.
Little horn.
Little double-bred horn.
Swine line breeding.
Mm-hmm. Little Roy D coming through there.
Yep. If one shot of 620 is good, 3's got to be better.
Got to be better. Yeah. It's kind of how Ty Webster likes to breed the heat wave.
Yep. He's not scared. He does not get scared to push the envelope. I tell you what, Brock, when I talked to him this morning, he was mainly nervous about the black on the steers getting on his khaki pants today because he only
didn't
had
go
one
khaki.
pair.
He went white.
Yeah, they're. I was gonna call it light khaki. I wouldn't say it's white. That guy's shirt's white. Pretty much a light khaki.
Light khaki. Okay.
And he said last year his wife got on him about getting his pants black, and I think he's consciously trying to keep from rubbing them on him.
Keep his hands up here.
Yeah, I know.
Like, what movie is
like,
that? Oh, Talladega Nights.
What do I do?
Ricky Bobby.
What do I do with my hands?
Yeah, what do I do with my hands?
Yep. But he's doing a good job of keeping his pants clean today. Tell you what, them steers, that's what Brock said. He wasn't a big fan of fitting show steers' backs like breeding heifers.
Yeah, I think part of what they're dealing with in that situation is the fact these cattle's hair cycle is a little different.
Yeah.
Because we're later, like we've talked about. I mean, I think there's got to be a little bit of ingenuity in there from the standpoint
Trying
of
to
them
get
cattle
it to-
wanting to shuck and still trying to get the right kind of lines.
Conley steer's sure nice on the front end there.
Hey, I tell you, that calf's little pinch of white in his throat latch actually makes him look tidier there than maybe he is. I mean, he's certainly unique there.
That's a dense built, wide body black steer.
Yes, for sure.
Hey, can I get another Kleenex? Thank you.
I'm going to put you on mute so you don't blow your nose on air. If you guys have ever heard when like a Looney Tune blows his nose and it goes everywhere, that's what Thompson just sounded like. That's why I put him on mute.
Okay, I'm good.
About 2 months ago, I got suckered into having to drive him back to South Dakota from Denver, fighting a cold.
Yep.
About every 20 minutes down the road, it was like that.
Speaking of noises, that
Pulled
a
over
guy
in Fort
hears-
Morgan and said, "Go get tissues."
Yeah. Speaking of noises, the guy here. Well, I'm not saying it was exactly like the biggest chainsaw, but yes, your snoring is very similar to a medium-sized chainsaw.
Yeah. How about you said 2 years ago the champion steer came out of this class?
I believe so. He came out of the Division 4. I think
Gotcha.
it was this class. Pretty nice little black steer there to round out. You know, from up here, that calf doesn't look. He's the heaviest calf in this class. And this is the second class of heavyweights. So, Montana bracket. No. I said wrong there. Right there. No, that's Kara Cummins. 1449.
Mm-hmm.
weight steers here, and we've got a pair of them on the top that are both very good. They both contrast a little bit in type and kind, but we thought the black and white calf here the young man has to win the class did so just in terms of structure. He's also got a good show steer look from the side, but when you set the two of these steers in motion, this one just gets out and hits his holes with more comfort. He gets out there and just keeps his top line collected. He steps down into his pasture, and we like the way he flexes his knee. Like we said, he's got a good balanced look from the side. He's still got plenty of power to go along with it. And I also think he probably has a little bit more true dimension down in that lower third than the steer that comes in behind him. Now, the steer that comes into second is one that we really appreciate for his look from the side. Man, when she gets him parked, there's not much to be desired. That thing's really balanced. We love the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. He's really sleek in his underline. When you set this one into motion is where we had a little bit of trouble with him. He wants to paddle them fronts and turn them out ever so slightly, and he's a little bit straight in through that pasture. And if we could see him step down on a deeper heel, then we might have a different story at the top side of that class. Like we said, he maybe he lacks a little bit of that lower third that the steer that wins the class has, and he also gives up a little bit of structure, but that's a dang nice pair of steers in a heavyweight class. Next, we got a meat and potato steer here. This one's got a ton of product. We love the meat on the top side of the skeleton. That thing's good bodied. We like that about him. You set him into motion. We need to change him up in his structure off both ends, but he beats the calf behind him just strictly in terms of power and substance. Then you got the black calf that comes next, and he's incredible through the center portion of his body. We love that about this particular animal. He's just a little plainer by design. We'd like to clean him up in his throat latch down into his chest and lengthen that neck out. We'd also like to see him squared up from hooks to pins, especially when you set him into motion. You see he wants to drop them pins and duck his legs up under himself. Then you got the young man here with the silver calf coming next, if you will. This is one that we just had a structural issue with when you set him into motion. He gets pretty tight up in through that spine, although he is good pattern and he balances up pretty well from the side. We need to loosen him through his spine and just add a little more power to him when you get in behind him. Nice class of steers.
Your Class 12 of your Crossbred Market Steer placings. Congratulations to your class winner, Case Conley from Murray County 4-H, followed by Kara Cummins from Hollis. Third, Blakely Stevens from Okarche. Fourth, Jaden Malone from the Cashin 4-H. Your fifth place, Alex McCracken from the Boys Ranch Town. Sixth, Abigail Jones from Altus. Seventh, Leo Inlow from Sapulpa. Eighth, Cayman Collins from Atoka. Your ninth place, Easton Willoughby, being 10th, Weston Simpson from Drummond, FFA.
Okay.
Alrighty.
That last class, Case Conley was first and Kiera Cummins was second. Coming in the ring now, be Class 13. Weights range in 1450 to 1499. Cricket Collins, Tillman County 4-H. Sarah Graves, Washington County 4-H. Denver McKay, Mulhall Orlando.
No, yeah.
Creighton Carpenter, Leedy FFA. Miranda Hanson, Eufaula FFA. Cade Fowler, Warner 4-H. Tucker Long, Merritt FFA. Heath Lawback, Moreland FFA. Reed Prosser, Crescent FFA. Paisley Sturgeon, Hydro Eakley 4-H. Adrian Walker, Durant FFA. Bailey Boydston, Morris 4-H. And Luke White, Guthrie FFA.
All right. Little Collins girl. The front of this class, Denver McKay staff calf looked good on the way by. He had the soft legs.
Yes, very good.
Who you texting now?
I was just talking to John. I'm actually about to text Brian and ask him what his steer is.
That calf looks very good. So yeah, they'll pick a division winner here, and then we'll go back out in the. We'll pick a overall champion crossbred steer and reserve, and a bronze. What does a McKay steer weigh? 1469.
Mid-14s.
Not out of the realm of possibilities.
Yeah, 1469. I mean, that's honestly, you could have at 1469, you could have carted him 20 pounds lighter and been.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
Only got 100. Did you send that? You should have sent that.
What?
What you were texting? You didn't send it
Oh, I did.
to the group.
I wasn't going to do it.
Why?
I just wasn't going to do it.
I don't care. You can make fun of me. We got a ways to go.
We just got this class and two more.
I sent to you. Oh, good song. What's this song?
Boy, I hope they got the road somewhat cleared for us to get home
Me too,
tonight.
dude.
Oh, they said 29's good.
Oh, good.
Okay. Where's Denver? Oh, there's Denver right there.
Yeah, I wanted to see Denver's calf from afar. His structure's awesome, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Very flexible.
That's,
Calf's good looking.
yeah. That calf's one that, yeah, boy, he sets down in the saddle pretty low. All 4 feet go the same direction. Pretty good calf.
Very good. Calf in the lead looks good from here.
Mm-hmm.
Shoulder wedges tight. Hips big.
Denver's dad, Brian, up there behind us, coaching over here to the left. Denver and Berkeley. Who sings this?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
This is Mambo number 5.
I know the name of the song. I just don't know who sings it. Without looking it up. Do you know?
Mm-mm. Lou Bega. Learn a new thing every day.
Yeah, we wouldn't have got that.
Nope. Never heard of Lou. Only Lindsay B would know random info like that.
Or she Googled it real fast.
Could be.
Calf right there in the corner is nice for a big one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
What do we go up to in size here?
1,500 basically, $1,499.
Then the next
So you
class,
get 5%, right? So
that's a bunch on a 14.
yeah, it's 17 pounds. I mean, that's quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
You could be pushing 15 and a half pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
Folks, it's a great division to end on. I know we've got your sale ranking to go yet. We got the
Grinder's finishing up over
About
there.
ready to get done.
looking forward to and celebrating everything that's happened here at OYE with the young people and this being the last year in the big
I'm going to pause this for a second.
Yep.
think the best way to describe this class, and what Brock and I talked about, is over time when you judge a breed of cattle, you know, sometimes the breed starts out slow and gets strong. Sometimes it doesn't get strong. And what's been so unique about this 2025 OYE experience is that we just keep bringing the heat in terms of we don't hit a weak division. Now, this class here, there's not a bad steer in this class. Is there as many elite ones as there's been in like the semi class we talked about and a couple crossbred classes? No, there is not as many elite ones in the class. But man, oh man, this is a really good class. We struggled a little harder. We got it down to 8, and it was like, gosh dang it, you know, we got to pull some cattle out of here, and we had to give up a few things. But really, however many head, I didn't count however many head, but however many head are in here, there was good quality all the way to the very end. There truly was. Elite, no. Very, very good, yes. The calf that wins the class, and I probably don't like saying this, but because you hear a judge say, well, he wins this class for fun, but truly he does. I mean, that calf, his frame size is really nice. His freshness up front, his handle's really good. He's good from hooks to pins. Big bone, big feet, goes in motion really, really good. Could he have just a tick more down low? Yeah, I think in a perfect world he could, but that's getting nitpicky on a really, really high quality steer to win this class. Then again, like I said, as they talk them down the line, there's not as many elite ones. The steer that goes second in this class, love the angles on this steer. Absolutely admire him through his center body. His barrel shape, his boldness of rib is he has no rival, actually. He's even better that way than the one that wins the class. He gets up in his flank. He doesn't blend into his underline as good as the one that wins the class. And what's deceptive about this steer, he's rubbed his crotch hair out just from what they can do this time of year. And I didn't think he had enough lower stifle. I thought he was a little high twisted. And actually, I don't think that's part of him. I think the hair's gone there. That's a really good calf. His knee sits back good. His angles are good. Good calf. As I stated in another class or two, and I'm not making excuses for Brock and I, we have a little trouble reading cattle with the nose rings. I get the nose rings, got zero problem with that. I know it's a must on certain cattle. But a lot of times when they fight that nose ring, it goes right to their ankles. I don't know if this steer, I wish he was a little more comfortable at the ground. I think his hock set is good. He's a little smaller footed kind of cattle. Love him through his center body, just a market steer looking deluxe. When he goes in motion, he seems a little uncomfortable at the ground. The next steer we got, profile, what's not to like. Extended up through his front, long-bodied, gets a little flatter in his rib as I compare him to 1, 2, and 3 in this class. I want to give him a little more boldness and a little shape to his rib. Want to set him down in that tail head just ever so slightly. Brock and I agree that this steer isn't as sound as we would like him to be, but we think when we compare him to the 5th place steer I'm going to talk now, he does so a little more adequately. We think his reach is just a little better. Am I going to stand here and try and convince you that we think his hock set and his mobility and flex in his hock is perfect? We're not going to do that because it wouldn't be true. And then the steer that goes out now, I think as we compare them, and I like the body of this calf. You could say, well, this one ties back into his flank a little better than the one you just put forth, and he does. He gets a little straighter on his front too, and I think he's a little stiffer. His straight pastern. I wish he was a little more comfortable at the ground. That was one whale of a class of steers, not them bell ringers maybe down the line, but good cattle from top to bottom for sure.
Of your crossbred market steers. Congratulations to your class winner, Denver McKay from Mulhall, Orlando, 4-H. Second place, Samantha Graves, Washington County. Third, Cricket Collins from Tillman County. Fourth, Tucker Long from Merritt FFA. Fifth, Paisley Sturgeon from Hydro Eakley. Sixth, Creighton Carpenter from Leedy. Seventh, Luke White from Guthrie. Eighth, Bailey Boydson from Morris. Ninth place, Miranda Hanson from Eufaula. 10th, Adrian Walker from Durant. 11th, Heath Lobbick from Moreland. And 12th, Reed Prosser from the Crescent FFA. We move right into Class 14. Class 14 of your crossbred market steers.
All right, Corey T. Talked that last one pretty good on the class winner.
Did he?
Thought he was really nice. Probably said if he wanted to be ultra critical, you maybe could see him just a shot in the seat of his pants.
Yep.
But thought that he was more than adequate, and that was being very critical of one. And actually, he did not call him the soundest of the show like you anticipated, but he did call him very, very good structured, like very good built. So, class 13 here. We are, or no, wait a minute. We're into 14, excuse me. Class 14, Avery Morphew from Yelf FFA, Jackson Zorger from Duke FFA, Memphis Miller from Elgin FFA, Jolie Prentice from Tishomingo FFA, Cadence Keller from Mustang FFA, Clark Van Zant from Magnum 4H, Avery Williams from Shakota FFA, Chandler Baker from Central High FFA, and Gemma Berry from Chickasha FFA. Cattle ranging from 1525 to 1549 in the second to the last class in the heavy heavies.
Going up to 1549.
Yep, last class tops out at 1675.
Well, it's 5% of 16.
Well, 10% of 1675 would be 165, so it'd be about 88 pounds, 83 pounds.
84 pounds.
Yep.
So 16 plus 84. It can go up 1760.
You can get up there. Yep. You can ride the power, ride the volume.
The gal in the black vest there, she must give individual weights. Yep.
I think she's there if he wants to ask.
I think she's telling him to him. Yeah, she tells the weight right before he handles him. I just recognize that now. Brock does not have that.
Together. Who's this?
Probably the Beatles or somebody from that era.
Correct.
It was?
Yeah.
Oh boy. That was just a Hail Mary.
Well, Beatles are a good guess for something like this. It's popular. I would say, I mean, you've been coming down here how many years?
I think this is my...
For Walton.
I can tell you, this... So, Sadie Wynn wins with the black and white steer my first year.
Allison says 3. 3 years.
Sadie Wynn won the first year. The next year was... what? Nope, Ruby Bell was last year. The next year was Yoakum. Yoakum's Division 4 steer. Yep. Last year is Headley Bell.
This is the 4th.
This is number 4.
Where does this year rank of the 4?
Okay, I said it yesterday. I think
You thought the breed steers were the best they've been.
I thought the breed steers were the best they've been. I thought
Yep.
last year the breed steers were better than the crossbreds as a whole. I thought the year before that the crossbreds were way tougher than the breed steers. I don't remember the year before that. But
where do
this
you
year,
Yeah.
I think I'm juggling the camera. I'm giving emphasis. This year, to me, the crossbred steers and the breed steers, to me, were equally as tough. And I think the combination of the two, I think this show is as good as it's ever been this year.
Dude, you'd be hard pressed to find. I mean, this steer show's good.
Mm-hmm.
This year, I mean, this is the first year I've been, obviously, in a long time, but it is very, very good. I mean, we are still finding quality in 1,440-pound cattle.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people in this state, though, breeding heifer-wise and show steer-wise, well, and the pig deal, goat deal, sheep deal,
This
there's a
state's
lot. The livestock
a very
knowledge
good livestock
within this
state, yes, for sure.
Is
well, and it's a very good show livestock state, aside from the fact that its production livestock is good.
Mm-hmm. Yep, no doubt.
I mean, that's a pair of nice, big, heavy steers right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that black and white one first there, that's a cobra neck clean chested one for one of that weight.
Yep.
And the black baldy behind him is just a very stout utility sound. Who sings this? I'm going to stump you here.
Rascal Flats.
I don't think that's right.
It's not?
Nope.
Oh, we've got another tough class.
Nope.
Heavyweight crossbred steers, and one thing Dad and I have discussed is the quality just keeps coming from the very first class of the day all the way till now. We've had some deep, good classes, and this is no exception. The young lady with the black and white steer that leads off this class, this is one that we just, as the class went on, he just kind of rose to the top. He's the best structured of the initial 3 or 4 or even 5 of them out here. He's still got some look. He's still got some power. He's not the perfect show calf in the world. We'd like to clean him up from his throat latch down into his chest, but we thought a pretty awful good place to start this class. Then we had some sort between 2 and 3, and we thought the calf that goes ahead in second just gets out and travels with more genuine width. Both of these steers do pretty nice job hitting their stride. This one's a little straight through his front 1/3, but when he goes, he doesn't walk on a tightrope. He's got some base width. He's got some power. He's a little plainer through his front 1/3. We'll grant you that, but that's the reason he goes in second today. The calf that comes in third, he's also a little plainer, a little more bully looking through that front 1/3. We'd like to clean him up through his crest. And then when you set him into motion, this is where we have our issue with him. When you get him behind him, that calf's walking very, very narrow. His base isn't true to his top width. If we could change that about him, we'd probably slide him up a few spots. Then you got 2 steers that round off the top 5 that offer their trade-offs. I thought the young man's calf that comes next did so with more genuine shape. you send him into motion, and I thought this calf handled himself a little better off of both ends when you get him going. Now the black and white calf's got a ton of look that comes next. This one's just straight off both ends, man. When you set him into motion, he gets pretty short-strided. We'd like to see him set down on a deeper heel and just get a little more reach to him when he gets out and goes. But a very nice class of heavyweight crossbred steers.
Your Class 14 of your Crossbred Market Steer. Congratulations to your class winner, Avery Morphew from Yale FFA, followed by Avery Williams from Gimme Berry from Chickasha FFA. Third, Jackson Zorger from Duke. Fourth, Memphis Miller from Elgin. Fifth, Jolie Prentice from Tishomingo. Sixth, Chandler Berry from Central High. Seventh, Avery Williams from Shakota. Eighth, Clark Van Zant from Mangum. And ninth, Cadence Keller from Mustang FFA.
Okay. Last round, Thompson.
Last one. You want me to do it for fun?
At this venture, yeah, you can do it. When we get done with this, you will have, or together, we will have gotten through 560 steers in 2 days.
560 junior exhibitors' names.
560 head, and let's see, what is there? 12, or how many breeds were there?
This is going to be the easiest one yet.
Yep.
Class number 15 walking in the ring as we speak. Chisholm Tubbs, Twin Mounds 4-H. Jace Bowe from Union City FFA. Mason Eisenhower from Oklahoma County 4-H. Jarrett Carter from Stonewall 4-H. Abigail Mefford from
Beggs
4-H. Trey Broom from Boya Ranch County 4-H.
Cattle range from 1550 to 1675 and
Big
are
boys.
in the ring.
We'll get through this class, then we're going to pick a division.
Got a
4
heavy
champion.
division.
Heavy.
The heavy
I call it
division.
The Cribs division.
Are you calling me fat?
The heavyweights.
The heavy division.
Should have been your middle name, Josh. Heavy.
Whatever. Corey Forgetful Thompson.
I never said that was my strong suit.
Hey, good song. Nice way to get everybody pumped up.
Who sings this?
AC/DC, dude.
AC/DC.
How about another Foreman story? You got another Foreman story?
Let me see here.
Ending of the steer show?
The problem is with Chad stories, some of them aren't exactly what you would call
Politically
PG
correct.
rated. Yeah. Yep. I even had to tone down the couple stories I told. Oh, I got one. So at that sale, when I went down there them couple 2 or 3 years to help Ferris's with their steer sale,
Okay.
we were at the fairgrounds right there, and we were clipping steers right along. And back in those days, you'd rough them out with big shears, with big, like a goat comb, big clippers. And then when you'd go to fine tune them, you'd use what we called silver Andes, right? You ever seen a pair of silver Andes?
I think so.
Okay. Well, the silver Andes were finicky deals. They had little screws on the side of them, set screws. You'd have to adjust them with
The Silver Andes, they had an adjustable Didn't they have the adjustable blade where
yeah,
you could
and
like?
kind of moved it a little bit.
Yeah.
And you had
They're
to
like
really,
an old barber pair
when
of
they
clippers.
worked, they worked very well. When they didn't work, they were a pain in the butt.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Foreman had a pair one day. He wasn't. They just weren't clipping right, and he kept adjusting it. And so anyway, there was this kid helping us that was washing and blowing. He comes up and he says, "What's wrong with your clippers?" And he said, he looked at the boy, and the kid was pretty college kid, pretty naive kid. And anyway, he said, this, we're at this old fairgrounds, it ain't been used since county fair, last fall. And this electricity on the fairground, just a little stale. He said, it's just not fresh enough electricity. He said, these clippers only run good when the electricity's fresh. So he said, hey, run up there to the hardware store. He gave him his credit card. He said, run up there to the hardware store. Ask him if they've got an electrical filter to filter the bad electricity out. So he goes up there to the hardware store, and about an hour later he comes back. He said, hey, Chad, them guys up there at that hardware store, they'd never heard of an electrical filter. They did. They said that there may be such a thing, but they didn't have it. So anyway, Chad, about 5 minutes goes by. Says, "Hey, I know what for sure would do it that they would have." And he said, "What is it?" He said, "Well, I'm going to need a can of compression."
Can of compression.
And this kid said, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I got you." So he goes back up to the hardware store, and he asked the guy that runs the auto parts store, and he said,
"Here we go. Hold on. We'll have to."
Class, and they brought it up down there at the front desk there that this is the last class of steers to come through Jim Nork. I know we got a lot left for decision making on the rest of the day and tonight, but with that being said, I'm just so proud to be out here and just get to stand on this dirt with Brock and look at these cattle. This is pretty impressive right here, folks, in terms of we got some big timber in this class. And as I said earlier on the day yesterday, we didn't come here with, hey, this calf's got to be in a certain rate range. These cattle are probably a little heavy for us, just being honest. But what's impressive about them is these cattle have held together. I mean, we got some cattle that are bumping up. We got one in here that's went over 1,600 pounds. They're killing 1,600-pound cattle at the plant. So, did we come here looking for a 1,600-pounder? No, we didn't. And is a 1,600-pounder going to win? No, let's be honest about it, he's not. But what's impressive is how you can have 16 bumping up against 1,700-pound cattle in this ring, and they can still go relatively well. We talked about the steer, wish he went a little better, but it's, it's like an old fat man, you don't move as good as you used to, and it's good. It's good for the weight he possesses, and he ties together so doggone good. That calf is sharp looking, pretty good to the touch, just nice cattle. When they come in, and we stated earlier, or Brock or I did, that we've used a lot of white cattle today, and we didn't come here looking for white cattle, but we just saw so many. And when they come in, talking at the entrance gate we're going to probably start this class with this white one, and we love this calf. When we compare him to the one that beats him, he wants to get out. It's a little uncomfortable for him to have them two fronts going straight north and south. And so with that being said, and again, he's a big old heavy rascal, so wide through the center of his quarter, so good through the middle of his barrel. If you want to switch that pair, like I said, we're getting down to the point, it's not that we don't care. We certainly care. We want these placed the way that we think they ought to be. We wish he was a little different on those front two. This calf coming out now just doesn't have as much true power in his lower 1/3. He can run with the calf that wins the class as far as phenotype. Doesn't sit quite as nice in his chest. Doesn't drop down into his flank and balance in his underline quite like 1 and 2 do in this class. But look at the way that neck comes out of the top of that shoulder. Nice calf. We decided we had 6. We're going to keep them all 6 out and talk. We've been talking 5. This calf here, if we're going to get him up higher in the class, we got to make more punch out in his hip. He just gets a little bit for lack of a better term, a little heifery out in his hip compared to the ones above him. Wish he was a little stouter in his design there. The calf that comes next is a calf that gets a little wastier up in his front. And again, I'll reiterate, we're dealing with some big, heavy, ready to go to the rail cattle. And we appreciate this calf a lot. Real nice to the touch. As I said, he doesn't balance up in his underline. His chest floor sits more forward than down. I wish he was chest floor sitting him different and drop down in his flank to balance him up in his underneath. And then we got a little bit of a straightness issue off either ends of the structure on this old white calf, big old heavy calf. You know, we talk a lot of times, it's one thing I wish we could balance a little better in the show ring, and I don't fight the fight on I don't die on that hill, but I like cattle with a little body length just simply because if you're trying to make a ranch payment, you know, that body length's where all those pounds come from. And so I appreciate his body length. It is hard to keep them quite as nice in their lines if you get them too long-bodied. Big old burly bone thing, maybe a little bigger jointed than some we've seen in this class. Nice class of 1,600-pound steers.
Your class 15 and your final class of crossbred market steers placing. Congratulations to Jace Bowe from the Union City FFA, your class winner, followed by Mason Eisenhower from Oklahoma County 4-H. Third, Trey Broom from the Boys Ranch Town 4-H. Fourth, Chisholm Tubbs from Twins Mounds. 5, Abigail Medford from Beggs 4-H. And your sixth place, Jarrett Carter from Stonewall. We'll now show for Division 4, champion, reserve champion, crossbred market steer. Division 4, drive.
All right, here we go. Division 4 drive. Class 1, Lad Turner from Amber Pocasset FFA. Calf weighs 1412. I know that calf was a Holy Ghost. I think we said one earlier. Class 12, Case Conley from Murray County 4-H. His calf weighed 1430. Class 13 be Denver McKay from Mulhall, Orlando 4-H. Calf weighs 1469. Class 14 would be Avery Morphew from Yell FFA. Calf weighs 1525. And Class 15, Jace Bow from Union City FFA. 5 heavyweights.
Okay, getting back to my story. Well, anyway.
Yep.
That boy went up there and asked that auto parts store guy for a can of compression.
Yep.
And at that point, that guy realized that he looked at him and he says, "Hey, I think somebody's messing with you." And he come back there and he was upset. Todd Caldwell just texted in. He said he had one time where Foreman pulled in with his bed full of trash bags. And he's like, "Foreman, what is going on?" And he said his wife had asked him to go to the dump before he left home. He said every time he stopped for fuel, he threw a garbage bag in the truck stop's garbage. And he said, "Well, why aren't you out?" He said, "I just got rid of half of it on the way here, and I'm going to get rid of the other half on the way home."
Honestly, that's a good story.
Yeah, that
is, yeah. That sounds like Chad. It's not my story to tell, but one time I had stopped at Effling's. And he said, "Yeah, I got to go get my truck from Foreman." And I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, no problem." He's like, "I'll be back around 3 o'clock or whatnot." I said, "Yeah, that's fine." So I waited kind of to that time frame, went to another place, and then got to Chris's. And I said, "What was Foreman doing with your truck?" He's like, "Well, a week ago, he called me, said his truck was down and needed to borrow my truck." And I said, "Well, my truck's hooked to my trailer." And he said, "That's fine. I'll just use it for a minute and I'll bring it back." He's like, a week later, I finally got my truck and trailer back. And the fuel tank was empty too.
Yep. I'm sure there'll be a crowd up there tomorrow.
I think there's
Chad.
going to be a crowd here in the next 20 minutes
yeah.
for this champion crossbred.
For sure.
I mean, it is really impressive. The lightweight division started out strong, and we're in class, the end of class 15, and we've still got quality all the way through the division.
Mm-hmm.
Calf and McKay's has got a really nice flexible back leg, don't he? White calf in the lead is stout. Do you think this division is out of the realm?
No,
Probably not, right? I mean, especially them first couple classes, probably. What was Conley's steer, do you know?
No, I don't. I was just going to look at the pulse.
Oh, I don't know if he'd be up there because he's just a class
They
winner.
don't put class. I didn't know.
No, they don't put the class winners. I don't know what he would be. Let's see. McKay's is a Here I Am.
Oh. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Mm-hmm.
What were you betting?
I would bet. I'm just betting, but I'm betting that one.
Trips was a 606.
No, Trips is out of that. I think is out of that new May We All donor that goes.
Well, we've
back
got
to
another
Little
exciting
Freedom.
championship, and I know we sound like a broken record, but the quality has just been intense all day long. Actually, since yesterday, we've had an incredible amount of quality. This division's no exception, especially these first three steers in the lineup here. We're going to talk these through, and then we'll go get you a pair of them or a couple of them and bring you back out here for the champion crossbred. But that white steer that we start this division off with is one we liked a great deal. When he comes out in class, man, that one's just really smooth in his design. We love his front end. We love his youthfulness, his length. For being this weight, that calf's extremely fresh. You put your hands on that one, and his finish is extremely smooth and really nice. He's just right there in the middle. He ain't overdone, and he dang sure ain't skinny. That's a really nice calf to start off this division. Then you got the black and white calf here out of that second class, and that's one we thought just needed to win that class due to his structure. He's really good built, just like the calf that came in second to him. We just thought when we set him into motion, this one did a little bit better job than the calf that came in behind him. When we get him back out here, you get your hands on him. He's a little bit patchy with his feel. When you get you put your hands down his top, his finish is good, but it's a little patchy. It's not as smooth as the steer in front of him, but he's dang sure good enough in that realm. Then you got the calf out of that third class, and not going to lie to you, that's one we like a great deal. That calf's extremely smooth from the side. You set him into motion, there's nothing to be desired. He hits his holes with comfort and ease. There's not a whole lot you'd change about this one. You get in and put your hands on him. Like the white steer up there in the front, his degree of finish is excellent. We love that steer. We love everything he does when he gets out on the move. That's another great calf here. Then you got the two steers that round off the division, and we're getting a little bit past the realm of acceptability in terms of weight on these two calves, but it is impressive that they come out here with this much quality, and they both get out and move really well. They're a nice pair to round off our heavyweight division. We're going to go out here and get you a look, bring you a couple more champions in, and we'll go on and get you a champion crossbred. Let's give these exhibitors a great hand for the quality of cattle they brought to us.
All right, they talked those class winners really good all the way through. I mean, I think Bob kind of let on that in that last class when he talked about weight, that these were the cattle that were maybe a little more in the realm of what he thought was right, show steer wise maybe.
They're going to circle back. I don't think they've made their mind completely up here.
I think it might be a situation where Bob likes one and maybe
I
Brock likes one.
I think it is too. Brock's going to go out here, and he's going to slap Denver McKay.
Denver McKay.
Congratulations to Denver McKay out of Class 13 will be your Division 4 champion.
Brian said that calf's a Here I Am.
Out of 706, I bet.
I don't know about that.
Is that a sib?
I'm going to go snag the white one of
Oh, he did.
Turner's. Calf was a Holy Ghost. We're going to hop off here and let him pick the cell line up, and we'll be back quickly for the divisions.
And your reserve in Division 4 coming out of Class 11, Lad Turner. Congratulations. All right, we're gearing up for our Crossbred Market Steer Champion Drive. We're going to bring all of our division champions and reserve champions in just a few minutes. Show for our Crossbred Market Steer Champion Drive.
Okay, we're going to get ready to go here. They're gathering their thoughts in the back, it looks like. We've got 4 division winners. I'm going to announce them real quick. They're pulling them in.
Parker said, let's go. He
Division
gives them the wave.
1, your champion division, Kennedy Arthur. Here, I'm going to let him do them. He's going to do them over the loudspeaker. Let's give it to him.
From Ripley, FFA. Division 2, Camden Dorton from Navajo, FFA. Your Division 3 champion, Madeline Norvell from Amber Pocasset, FFA. And your Division 4 champion, Denver McKay from Mulhall, Orlando, 4-H.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got them announced. And we've got a very good lineup.
Yeah, that's 4. Every one of them's got a little different color to them, but they are high quality.
Yeah, I think that what I would say is I think Bob and Brock especially when we got past that second division, those cattle got heavy and mature and had a little more to them to the point where they could kind of get in there and slide around and get what they wanted. And I actually think if you look up for just a second.
Yeah.
If you look up like Division 3 winner, Division 4 winner, and Division 4 reserve, all 3 of those cattle are very much a similar image. And then like that Division reserve out of 3, he's like a little more tricked out and cooler looking, kind of just plays an opposing side there of those cattle. Division 2, those cattle look good and stout, and they're actually very similar in their image. It's a really nice lineup, honestly. Do you think we are at a point
he's going to handle the Norvell steer? Now he's going to walk in and handle the Lewis steer. Yep, here's Bob for some comments.
Very quick.
So, boy, I'm glad I got the mic again for this champion crossbred drive. And, man, it's been really, really good, really, really exciting. You know, you can get on this mic and you can talk a class better than it is or whatever. But if you've been to many steer shows, and we're in Oklahoma, so most of you have been to a ton of them. And, man, this is God's country for a steer show, I'm telling you. When we started the day with this little panda-colored steer, we were like, gosh dang, there's not supposed to be one that good in that little division, and he certainly was. We love that calf. The white one that comes out of the second division, really like this calf. As we park him here, my advice to you is maybe put that top down a little more. He looks a little off from hooks to pins, but man, that thing is so bold through his, put his top down, please. Well, maybe not. Maybe he knows better. But that's a really good calf. A lot of dimension to that calf. Really love that calf in that division. And then old Gray comes out here, and as I use the one terminology for him, the authority that calf has, just it's fun to watch a show steer like that go past you and just scream at you, his big old hip, and still that kind of fresh jaw and good from crest down to his jaw. I mentioned in class, man, that thing's got feet like you can't imagine. He got a big old foot on him, beautiful through his center body, just really, really good cattle. Just got a steer-looking, power-looking head on him, just really, really nice. Love the bone work on him. And then comes out this black one here, and just kind of like the one in front of him, show steer deluxe. Nice and fresh up through his front end, good behind his shoulders, good from hooks to pins. What I would also comment, there was some really good seconds. This steer here beats a really good black steer in that class. And what we question, we love the design of that second place in that division to this gray steer. We wonder, and I probably still, Brock said it first, and I probably agree with him, as good as we think that calf is, maybe just a little immature, maybe just a little bare between 12 and 13. His lower rib isn't covered quite as nice. As far as design, I don't know how you design one any better than that. So this thing and the seconds were good throughout. I do want to say one thing before, and we're going to make this, I know these cattle are getting warm and we got to get them cooled down for tonight. I want to comment on the kids that stood on this rail today. I seen a couple different emotions, but I never seen an attitude out of one kid. I seen a few kids here that when it was my turn to talk to them, they were crying. I have no problem with that. That means to me they got skin in the game. You know, we did this for a lot of years with my own family, and it was every kid, almost every kid thanked me for what I said we'd like to change. I mean, thank me. I'm like, really? You're going to thank me for just telling you what's wrong with your calf? But that was very noteworthy to me. To me, that's a credit to all you folks up there raising these kids, and I applaud you for that. We're living in a world right now where kids see a lot of stuff I never saw when I was that age. And anyway, God's blessings to you all. And I know that's something I probably would have said tonight, but I was afraid I'd forget to say it. So kudos to the way you raising your kids to take competition. Not everybody can win, and I love this sport. Thank you.
Very, very, very good speech here to kind of finish us up. Corey, I very much enjoyed it. It looks like Bob's got a plan, and he's going to go get it.
He's going to go to, looks like Norvell's. Going to shake her.
Congratulations to Norvell family for your champion steer.
He calls for the Lewis calf to come in. Now they're going to have to do some serious talking here.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to let Brock pick reserve, and he's going to come around. He's going to slap
Going to be Denver McKay for reserve cross. Congratulations to them.
Yep.
They're going to work through their sell order, I think. Now, do they pick, actually, you know this, they pick a bronze here at Crossbred?
They'll pick a bronze Crossbred that will have a chance to come back tonight, because theoretically they could go 3 deep in the Crossbreds. If the Grand and Reserve Crossbred or Grand and Reserve, theoretically, I don't know that I have ever seen it happen, but And Trip Lewis is going to be your third overall crossbred.
Congratulations to them. That's a really outstanding calf. Well, Corey,
right.
I've enjoyed it.
Yep.
We're going
It's
to make
been
tracks
great.
north, aren't we?
We're going to go northbound.
Try to
Yep.
fight the snow and
Yep.
get home for the weekend.
Absolutely. Well, we've enjoyed
Thank
it.
you,
It was
guys.
an awesome show. Thanks a lot for the OYE crew.
Congratulations to all the families.
That will conclude the Crossbred Market Steer Show at our sale order. Thank you to all. Thank you again to Bob and Brock May for judging the Crossbred division today. We'll see you all later this evening.